You don't. Good morning. Committee for Parole is called to order. Today's date is June 12th, 2024. Time is 9:08. My name is Chuck Tillish, chairing for this committee today. My colleagues are, to my left, Mr. Danny Borist, and to my right, Mr. Pete Freeman. The panel today is located at the DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Headquarters staff, would you introduce yourself?
Parole, Trey Owens,
Markel Lewis.
Francis Abbott.
Our remote location today is at the Louisiana State Penitentiary. Would the staff facility there introduce themselves for the record?
Deputy Warden Rochelle Ambo.
Reginald Admiral, classification.
Carmen Chipolate, Offender Records.
JD Sturgeon, Program Consultant.
Thank you. Mr. Pete, would you introduce yourself, your full name and your docket number for the record, please?
Yes, sir. My name is Wade Tyler, 132972. It's my DOC number, sir.
I will give you a brief explanation of the process. I will read some information into the record and ask you to verify it.
Yes, sir.
We will then conduct a parole interview. Your case has been assigned to me. I'll take the lead in the first interview. After the interview is completed, we will ask the facility staff for their input. We will allow public comments. 3 supporters will be allowed to speak on your behalf, and 3 people in opposition will be allowed to speak in support. In support today, we have, and I'm going to ask one of the headquarters staffs to read the names.
In support today, we have Mr. Fred Verrett, uncle. We have Ms. Joanne Holmes, aunt. Ms. Tressa Morgan, a friend. And also speaking in support is Carrie Myers from the Louisiana Parole Project.
That's it?
Yeah.
Mr. Wade, you will be allowed to make a statement on your behalf before the panel votes. So let's begin.
And I also want to put on for the record, those in opposition. Here at headquarters today is Ms. Elizabeth Gabrielle, one of the direct victims. Mr. Everett Armand Jr., victim's son. LaShawn Plummer, the victim's niece. Vanessa Armand, the victim's daughter. On Zoom, participating and speaking, Dr. Zarika Armand, the victim's daughter. On Zoom, not wishing to speak, Mr. Napoleon Day, victim's nephew. Gregory Day, the victim's nephew. LaShawn, Raya Williams, victim's granddaughter. Ada Stewart, victim's sister. Jermaine Victor, victim's grandson. Tiffany Lane, victim's friend. Kimmy Barbino, victim's niece. Lakita Mitchell, the victim's friend. And Rajay Kelly, victim's niece.
Do we have any law enforcement?
We also have Mr. Randall Myers, ADA from Jefferson Parish, who will speak at the appropriate time.
So let's begin. Today we have on for parole consideration, Mr. Tyler Wade, DOC number 132972, who was convicted offensive class 2 felonies. The offense was the Orleans Parish number 342-950, possession with the intent to distribute cocaine. Second offense, Jefferson, number 01-0973, attempted second-degree murder. Habitual offense. Sentencing date was 9/28/1990. On the first offense, second offense was 8/15/2001. Sentence 15 years. Second offense, 60 years. Parole date 8/1/21. Good time date 2/5/2064. Full term 9/4/2067. Your case has been assigned to me, and so we'll begin. Mr. Wade, how long have you been incarcerated?
23 years, sir.
23 years?
Yes, sir.
How was your conduct while you were there?
My conduct, oh, excuse me, sir.
Your conduct?
My conduct is fairly decent, sir, considering my environment, you know.
Did you take any training while you were there, any classes?
Yes, sir, I did, sir. I've taken substance abuse, anger management, you know, moral compass, inside, outside dad, stress management, anger management. I've taken all of those classes, sir. Yes.
Did you get your GED or did you?
Yes, sir, I have my GED, sir. I have my GED and the trade, sir, and the welding trade, sir.
I see. So tell me why you feel like you should be paroled.
Well, sir, because I'm not a threat to society, sir. Excuse me. I'm not a threat to society. And I'm a hardworking, stand-up guy, sir. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not a threat to society, you know what I'm saying? I'm a hardworking citizen. I'm a homebody type person. And I'm a I'll be an asset to society, sir.
I see. Did you take some classes on abuse, drug abuse?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The substance abuse, I did, sir.
Yeah. If you were released, where would you live?
I would live in LaPlace, Louisiana, sir.
Family or what?
Yes, with family.
And what kind of work would you do?
I would work at the Pelican cold storage, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, my colleagues may have some questions for you now. Mr. Morris?
Yes, sir. On August 22nd, 1990, you were arrested for a first-degree murder and armed robbery charge in Jefferson Parish. And you end up pleading guilty on June 20th, 91 to accessory after the fact of second-degree murder, 2 counts. And you received 5 years hard labor for your part in that crime. Tell me a little bit about that case. What
Yes,
happened?
sir. Yes, sir. I will. I was arrested. They say I was arrested because I didn't report it. You see, somebody told me about it afterwards, but I didn't report it. So they arrested me and charged me with accessory after the fact. I was not there during the commission of the crime, after the commission of the crime. I was not there, sir.
And somebody told you about it and you didn't report it to the police?
Yes, sir. They came. Yes, sir.
All right. Well, I got another question. On January 18th, 2001, you stabbed your girlfriend several times because she put you out of the house. When her daughter tried to stop you, you stabbed her also. What caused you to do that? And what was happening right there?
No, sir. I did that. I did that, sir. And I'm a man. I can accept my wrong. I was young. I was a man child. I wasn't a fully developed man at that time. You know what I'm saying? I've been knowing Miss Day since I was 14 years old. I was 24 at the time. I would think I was 27 at the time. She may have been 37 at the time. But we've been knowing each other since I was 14 years old, sir. And associate, we were like family. Her family was my family. My family was her family. You know, and I fell on some hard times and I got on drugs at the time. And we had an argument and it escalated to something that it should never have escalated to. There's no reason, there's no logical reason for what I did, sir. I accept what I did. There's no logical reason. And that's why I've done my time and I've made myself better. You know, I became a man. I'm 51 years old right now. I'll be 52 in a couple of months. And when I was a child, I did childish things. You know what I'm saying? Once I became a man, I put away the childish things. Thank you, sir.
All right. So when you committed that crime, you was still on supervision for the prior crime. What's different now? A little bit more detail. What's different now? Where if we put you on supervision this time, you wouldn't commit another crime like you did the last time. Tell us what's different now. I know you started on it a little bit. Give us a little bit more about that.
Yes, sir. I was on parole for the drug charge at that time. Yes, I was. This is the charge I'm on right now, sir. It's a domestic charge. It's an inside. It's a home charge. You know, this happened at the house. I wasn't out on the streets, you know, harming or hurting anybody like that. I was a working man. I worked every day. You know, I just fell on some hard times at that time. And like I said, I was a man child. I was trying to figure life out. I was trying to figure out how to grow, how to move on in life. And I was by myself. It was like I was by myself, you know, trying to navigate my way through the ways of the world, sir. That's all it was. I made a mistake. A very big mistake.
All right.
Okay, I just have a couple questions. How'd you help? I see you got a walker right there. What's wrong with you?
Yes, sir. I had a stroke a month ago, sir. Yes. And my brain swelled up on me. And it kind of crippled me and debilitated me for a little while. But I'm real good right now. I'm trying to work myself back to 100%, sir.
All right.
Trying.
And let's look at your disciplinary actions. You had 61 write-up and 23 years.
No, that was a combined.
Looks like you like to fight a lot, huh?
No, sir. I'm a defender of myself, sir.
7, 11, and a 10.
Yes, sir. That's excuse me. Yeah, excuse me. Those are that's 60 write-ups in 30. I think it's 33 years, sir. I'm not just
Okay.
it's all combined. I came back to Angola in 2001. Yes, sir.
Last question. What was the contraband you had on 5/12, 5/9/20?
5/9/20.
Yeah,
5/9/20.
contraband, fighting, disobedience. But what was the contraband? Is what I want.
5/9/20. That was my medication. It was called Cefus. That was for my neck. That was my medication I had.
Okay. That's all the questions I have, Mr. Chairman.
It was pills, sir.
Okay.
The warden or any of the staff there have any comment to make?
Yes, sir. Mr. Tyler also completed welding, on 12/17/2008. And for the write-up, Mr. Freeman, the contraband was a knife. It was in his medicine.
And 20, ma'am, he said 20 on 5/20.
5/9/20. I'm reading the right one.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. We, in support, we have Fred,
Oh, I'm on.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. She is correct, sir. I was on the wrong page. I was on the wrong page. 5/9/20. That was for the fight, right?
Fight, yeah, and the contraband.
Yes, sir. That was 5. Yes. She's 100% correct, sir.
Okay, so in support, we have Mr. Fred Barrett Jr. Can you hear us? You're on mute.
You have to unmute your microphone, Mr. Barrett.
All right, I got you. You hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, I'm looking to hopefully that he get released. I mean, real soon. I mean, he has a job right now. I manage an ice plant out in Kenner, Louisiana. Been on my job over 23 years, so I have work for him, constant work, 24/7 work. So I'm not going to hold y'all time up. Just wanted to speak on the behalf that he do have employment waiting for him once he get released. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Miss Joanne Holmes. Let me step up to the.
I'm Wade Smart. I believe that Wade didn't have the necessary support. It's like kind of close in age. I'm 25 years retired from the military. Young, not understanding what is going on, but any support that he needs, I will be there for him. I know that he can be a productive member of society. He's hardworking, he's leadership skills. And I know my family and on the capital. I'm so sorry. And we just ask that you forgive. I know that he can do this, given him. I just wanted to say that anything that he needs, he will have the support that he lacked previously. He will not. Promise you. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Carrie Myers.
Good morning, Kerry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project. We're here today for Mr. Tyler to say that Parole Project will support Mr. Tyler in his transition should he be granted parole. That will include at least phase 1 transitional housing, while he'll get a reentry coach who will help him through many of the transitional hurdles that people face after serving 20 or more years. Financial management, financial literacy, stress management. He'll be evaluated by our social worker. He'll be given support in technology. He'll also have peer mentors coaching him through the process, people who have already done this and been successful. I'd like to let the board also know that earlier this year, Mr. Tyler did complete stress management and conflict resolution there. He is, as it was said earlier, he is certified in welding. He has employment waiting for him. The difference in the 51-year-old Mr. Tyler now is maturity. The difference also is the fact that at 51 years old, he's still in a window where he will be physically able, as he's recovering, to work and earn a living. He has a support system once he leaves Parole Project. So we would just ask the board to consider these things today, the support that he'll have upon his release, and consider his request for parole.
Thank you so much. Mr. Wade.
Yes, sir.
You have a closing statement.
Yes, sir, I do, sir. When I was young, sir, I came to Angola when I was young. And, I had to fight in Angola. I had to fight to keep my manhood. You know what I'm saying? I had to fight in Angola, and it was pretty much I mean, so much till, but like I said, I'm 51 years old. I'll be 52 in a couple of months. All of that is way behind me. So, I have grandkids now. I would like to be a mentor to my kids, my grandkids, and to the other kids, their friends and things like that. I want to be a productive member of society. And I will be a productive member of society, sir. With y'all approval. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our closing statements will be as follows. Miss Elizabeth Gable.
I don't think he should be released. He stood over my body as he repeatedly stabbed me over and over again. And he kept saying, die, be die. If I can't have him, nobody will. I tried to do reverse psychology on him and say, no, okay, I won't leave you, I'll stay. That didn't stop him from stabbing me. I have a story here. When he hit my jugular and dragged the knife down, he stabbed me in my nose, my head, my breast, my back, my legs, my arms. He repeatedly stabbed me and kept saying, die, be die. If I cannot have you, nobody will have you. So I don't think he should be released. I don't feel like he's changed at all. He haven't changed. I know in my heart that if he was to be released, he would come to me and finish the job. I know he would. I feel it's in my heart that he would finish the job. He would take me from the kids and my grandkids. I didn't deserve what he did to me. I did not deserve it at all. He kept stabbing me, just kept stabbing me. And then he was stabbing me like he was already in prison. He was shot stabbing me in, out the night, in, out the night. Then he stood against the wall like this. And he had his fist right here, and he looked down at me and said, die, be die. Because if I can't have you, nobody will have you. I'm holding this scar right here. Holding it and begging him to not kill me and not take me. My granddaughter was in the door. And I looked over and told her to run inside. Then my daughter came outside and got her off of me. And he sprung back and stabbed my daughter too. I'm begging y'all, but please not let him out. Because he's gonna come back for me. And they're not gonna be able to stop him from coming after me at all. I'm begging y'all. I never begged nobody in my life for nothing. But twice, I begged him to stop. And I'm begging y'all not to release him. Please don't release him. Please, y'all, I'm begging y'all not to release this man. He's gonna finish the job. He's lying. He's lying, I'm telling you. Y'all gotta believe me. I have no scar right here. This is the 8th. I have a dislocated shoulder. It doesn't go all the way up because he yanked my arm and it was down to here. Before he did surgery on me, they had to put it back in place. And then he proceeded to save me. He has not changed. He has no remorse about nothing he did. Not one time did he say sorry. Not one time did he say that. But you changed. You didn't say you're sorry.
Thank you. Thank you.
You didn't say you're sorry. Y'all gotta help me. Please help me.
Everett Amance, Jr.,
Oh,
please.
Lord, this hurt. This hurts, Lord. Oh, shit.
Oh, I was 15 when this happened, and I did give Mr. Tyler
my trust early. And as a school teacher now, a coach in my community, like, I don't think he should be released because I know it's gonna change me. I vow to never let anybody home again. And I lost my scholarship. I went to college to get basketball, and my mama wrote me letters that you'll never leave me. I was at school when Wade did this. And I broke my promise and left to go play basketball. And I had to walk away and come home as a kid. And now I'm stuck protecting my mama. And I'm in a community trying to help kids get opportunity. And I'm trying to change it by being a teacher, educator, and teach them right from wrong. But I just don't think that that's gonna be safe for me if he's out, and I won't be able to help the community no more. I can't even look y'all in the face because I don't like crying for people, but it's hurt. And I was 15, like I said, and I trusted him then. I don't know if I can trust that he's out. I can't do it no more. I apologize for not being able to do it, but like I said, as a teacher, a coach, I'm with the youth, I'm with the team. I'm in the same community group that everyone was graded in. I'm Emerald, and he just won't help us. He won't help us in our fight. And it's a battle in JP as enough already.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Dr. Oman,
Good morning.
morning.
I'm against Wade being released from prison because I don't believe that Wade is a changed man. Wade couldn't even call himself a man when you guys were talking to him just now. He said that he was a stand-up guy. The way that Wade savagely and viciously attacked both my mom and I is something that we would have to always live with. My mom has to look in the mirror and look at those scars that she's going to bear for the rest of her life. You know, I have to look at my arm and look at this keloid scar that I have that I'm going to have to bear for the rest of my life. My mom suffers mentally as a result of what Wade did. She has relationship issues, trust issues. She suffers from PTSD. We can't even have knives around her without her being triggered. You know, Wade really damaged her. And to add insult to injury, he carried out this attack in front of my 11-month-old baby and 3-year-old daughter at the time. And yet he wants to be around children. How? How are you going to behave around those children? Are you going to show them that they should behave this way? Animalistic behavior? I don't think so. I don't think that he will be a great part of society or someone who is detrimental to society, a productive citizen. What he's going to do is just be a repeat offender if he's released. You know, I can't unsee everything that happened to my mom that day. I had to hold this man up against a brick wall to try to restrain him so that my mom could run to the neighbor's house. I can't unsee the blood. I can't unsee the towels, the sheets that the neighbors were trying to put on her in order to stop the bleeding. He severed her carotid artery, jugular vein. You know, he left her for dead. When she was released from the hospital, I, a teenager, was in charge of caring for her. I can't unsee the wounds on her stomach. I can't unsee the wound that's in her neck. You know, he didn't care about us. He didn't care about how we were going to feel and how we were going to be impacted. He said he made a mistake. That's not a mistake. That's a choice. You chose to pull out a knife. You chose to inflict bodily harm upon her. You chose to inflict bodily harm upon me. You chose to continue to display the same type of behavior even while incarcerated. And you want to be released? I don't think so. I don't think you should be released. You should stay there. You should stay there because guess what? We're not released. We're not released mentally. Mentally, we're still in prison. We're still having to live with everything that you did. We can't unsee the damage that you did. We can't unsee the nightmares, the blood. We can't unsee it. So you want to be released? No. You need to stay and sit in it just like we're forced to stay and sit in it. Just like we have to live with everything that you did, you need to live with what you did. That's the choice that you made, not a mistake.
Thank you.
I think that Wade needs to stay incarcerated for the rest of his life. He should never be allowed to be out in society, and especially around children.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Doc. We will hear from the AD, Randall Myers now.
Good morning, Randall Myers, Assistant DA, Jefferson Parish. We're strongly opposed to his request as well. First, in 2001, he was sentenced to 60 years without benefit of parole. He's eligible today because of Act 122. We feel that he should not be granted parole. As you've heard, it's very strong victim opposition. This is a brutal attack with multiple stab wounds. She's lucky that she's alive today. And they live that sentence, as both speakers have said, they live that sentence every single day with the scars that they've suffered on their body.
So is in.
Yes, I'm listening.
Record is fair to poor. He's had a total of 61 since he's been incarcerated. That's both incarcerations. He's had 25 disciplinary reports during this incarceration. He's had 7 for fighting. He's had 2 for aggravated fighting. He wasn't truthful when asked about the contraband. He said it was his medication, but it was actually as a result of a fight. And he had a knife. So he's still carrying weapons around with him in prison. It's not a stand-up kind of guy. It's not somebody who's not a threat to society. And when you look at his criminal history, possession with intent to distribute cocaine 2 times. He pled to the accessory after the fact, the second-degree murder, 2 counts. Possession of a firearm by a convicted felon and resisting an officer. Attempted armed robbery and armed robbery. And then this offense. He's a clear danger to society. I think his disciplinary reports show that he remains a clear danger to society. In fact, his last disciplinary report was for fighting in October of 2022, which was right before a scheduled parole hearing. And that parole hearing he was removed from that docket because of that disciplinary report. He's got a poor supervision history, and from what I'm seeing in the record, the programs are limited. He took 100 hours. He had anger management in 2011 to 2017, living in balance in 2012. He did Inside Out Dad in 2024. The progress report lists a couple of other programs, like he's completed the substance abuse, but I didn't see that in the list of the programs that he's taken, except if you consider living in balance. And it looks like he began taking Thinking for a Change in 2024, but it doesn't show that's been completed. For all those reasons, we are very strongly opposed to his request for parole. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Myers. Are my colleagues ready to vote? Mr. Myers, Mr. Wade.
Yes, sir.
At this time, I feel that you need more training, anger management, also probably substance abuse. And at this time, I'm voting to deny.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Morris.
Today, I vote to deny your parole also based on your past and present criminal history, the fact that you were on parole when you committed the instant offense, the heinous and violent nature of the crime committed, and the serious injuries that you caused the victim. Also, strong law enforcement opposition and victim opposition. But I do agree with Mr. Tillis also, you need to take some more classes while you're in there because you're still going to get another chance to come back over here.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Freeman?
I concur with my colleagues, strong victim opposition, terrible crime, and a disciplinary record where you use the knife in prison. I think you need to remain disciplinary free before you reapply for a while. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Wade, at this time you've been denied, and we wish you luck. We're closing out at 9:43.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I appreciate your time. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your consideration, sir.
Good morning. Mr. Edwards, would you give us your name and DOC number, please?
Charles Ray Edwards, 310-560.
Okay. My name is Chuck Tillis. My colleagues are Mr. Danny Boris and Mr. Pete Freeman. I will give you an explanation of the process. I will read some information into the record and ask you to verify it. We will then conduct a parole interview. Your case has been assigned to Mr. Boris, who will take the lead on your interview. After the interview is completed, we'll ask the facility staff there for their input. We will allow public comments. 3 supporters will be allowed to speak on your behalf, and 3 people in opposition will be allowed to speak. At this time, we're going to ask headquarters staff to introduce the. Okay, they're here?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, we have in support Stephanie Jonathan, she's on Zoom. And she is speaking. We have Mr. Ron Hicks. He's a pastor and he is speaking. He's on Zoom as well. We have Mr. Kerry Myers for the Louisiana Parole Project on Zoom, and he is speaking. We have the attorney, her name is Hannah, I guess I pronounced that correctly, my apologies. She's an attorney, she's here at LSP, and we also have Ms. Adriana Hutchinson, she's also an attorney at LSP.
Ms. Hudson, how will you plead your case today?
I'm sorry, if I can, Hannah Grace Babin is an LSU law student. So Mr. Edwards was supported by the LSU Law Parole Clinic. It is our understanding that the procedure now with the law students would be that Miss Hannah Grace would make an opening, and then I would reserve my comments for the end as the closing attorney.
Thank you. Thank you. So let's begin.
We also have in opposition, we have Ms. Leona Fitzgerald from the Cattle District Attorney's Office. She will be speaking and she is on Zoom. And we also have Mr. Kenneth Brown, the victim's ex-husband. He will be speaking and he is on Zoom as well.
Thank you. Today we have for parole consideration is Mr. Charles Edwards, who is, his DOC number is 310560. Sentence 3 count felony. Offense manslaughter. Sentencing date 2/21/207. Sentenced to 40 years of hard labor. Parole date 10/6/24. Good time behavior 6/22/44. Full term 10/5/2040. Your case has been assigned to Mr. Boris. I'm sorry, Mr. Freeman. And he will start our interview.
Mr. Freeman, would you like Ms. Babin to make the opening statement now?
Absolutely, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman.
Good morning, members of the panel. My name is Hannah Grace Babin, and I'm a 3L at LSU Law. Over the last few months, I've been helping Mr. Charles prepare for his parole hearing today. I'd like to introduce you to Mr. Charles. Mr. Charles is a 64-year-old man, a father to 5, and a grandfather to 13. He is also a leader. For the past 15 months, Mr. Charles has been lead pastor with Leadership Builders, a Christian organization at LSP. In this role, he schedules weekly Bible studies, he gives weekly sermons, and also handles administrative matters, including the organization's finances. He's also a facilitator. For the past 12 years, he's been a Celebrate Recovery facilitator. Celebrate Recovery is a Christian-based substance abuse program. Mr. Charles has helped men not only achieve sobriety, but maintain it. It's often said that a teacher learns twice. Every time Mr. Charles teaches a class, he not only instills in these men the skills and tools they need, but he reinforces those tools and lessons in himself. And on top of all of that, Mr. Charles is also a reentry mentor and an academic tutor. Mr. Charles invests in the whole man. As a reentry mentor, he helps men who go out into society before him, learn life skills to be successful. And as an academic tutor, he helps young men who usually don't have a GED obtain that and succeed in their academics. As I stated earlier, Mr. Charles is 64 years old. He served 20 years of his on incarceration on this charge. Statistically, he's at just above a 2% chance of being rearrested. His conduct report speaks for itself. He's only had one write-up in his 20 years of incarceration. He is not a risk to society. He has a low Tiger score as well. Mr. Charles, unlike in previous times, is prepared to succeed if this board is to grant him parole. He's got a strong reentry plan in place, including support from the Louisiana Parole Project and his family. He also has secured a job if this board is approved. However, he's not limited to that, as he has a trade degree in carpentry and plans to continue participating in ministry and fellowship. Members of the panel, Mr. Charles understands the impact that his crime had on the community, and he does not plan to return to Caddo Parish, as he knows he caused harm there. The Louisiana Parole Project has set up to where he would have long-term housing in Baton Rouge. These are just a few things that I wanted to highlight for this panel about Mr. Charles. I ask that you ask him any other questions that you need to show that he has been rehabilitated and he is not the same man that he was 20 years ago. Thank you so much for allowing me to give this opening.
Thank you so much.
Okay, Mr. Charles, let's get to your investigation. Okay, how old are you, Mr. Charles?
64.
And what's your educational level?
I have my Bachelor of Art in Christian Education.
Okay, and how many years have you served on this charge?
19 years and 8 months.
All right. All right, Mr. Edwards, you got out in 2001, and while you were on parole, this event happened. Tell me what happened.
Well, on the night in question, me and Miss Vicky Brown was consuming cocaine. And once the cocaine was depleted, I had asked her if she had any more money to purchase anything else, and she said no. And my addiction began to take control over me. I allowed my addiction to take control, and that's when I took Miss Vicky Brown's life and I split her throat. And doing
that attempt to try to get money off of her to go buy more drugs?
Yes, sir.
And how long have you been on drugs? What age you started?
I started using drugs around about 28 or 29 years old. And from that point on, my life began to take a nosedive. When that happened, I realized what the depth of my decision making has took me, because I was rising to the top. But once I started using cocaine, my life went to the bottom. And especially after I took Miss Vicky Brown's life, I seen where my decision, where my addiction had brought me to. And that's when I knew I had to begin to make some changes in my life. That's why when I had opportunity to come here at LSP with the programming that they had offered, I began to take advantage of it, dealing with my substance abuse, and not only that, but also dealing with my rejection issue, my anger issue, and my rejection issue. So that's been my goal, to begin to deal with me, because I see that I had a problem. And my goal was, while I was here, begin to rebuild me, because that's who I was not created to be that.
Okay. You went to pick up what, your girlfriend?
This is at a time, yes, sir.
Okay. And you knew you was in trouble because you had shaved your head, changed your appearance, you had rented a car with drugs, paid for with drugs, and you told her not to go home. And that's where she found the body. Okay. Tell me about the attempted first-degree murder charge, the one you were on for when this happened.
That was my attempted murder charge happened again. I went to my aunt. She was my aunt. asked to borrow some money from her, and she said no, and that's when I hit her, and I cut her throat, and then I left the house. I ran, and I was arrested later on that day.
You have very strong opposition from law enforcement, the victim's husband, Miss Nicole Russell, her daughter and her husband, Brendan Jordan, the brother of the victim, is strongly opposed. And the husband felt that he kind of got pushed into a plea deal. He didn't realize that 40 years wasn't 40 years and you'd be up for parole after 19. You've had one DB report, which is great. You've had very good classes. You're a mentor, correctly? Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Teach any classes?
Oh, yes, sir. I teach.
Back there and go. How do you give back to your community at Angola?
And Angola, the great thing is I'm part of the reentry program. I do teach class. I teach Celebrate Recovery. Known Celebrate Recovery, Thinking for a Change also. In very life skill class like Inside Out Dad, I also teach that. And also I give back to the community through the fellowship leadership builders. We have a concession where we raise money. We also give back to the inmate population through giving hygienes and providing different things for different holidays, meeting different needs for different people, different dormitories. And also I give up my time deal with guys in the cell block. I also make rounds in on the hospital ward. So I make use of myself because now I realize my life is all about servanthood. I'm a servant. And before I thought it was all about me, but I know it's not about me. I know it's me giving to others. And one thing I tell my guys, my mentees is, I'm gonna give you everything positive that I know. And you put it with what you know, you're supposed to be a better man than me. And my mission in life now is to make men, women, boys, and girls better than me.
Okay. Looking at the criminal history, you got charged with the attempted murder. And I think you received 17 years, am I correct?
Yes, sir, you are.
Okay, and when you got out, you committed this offense and you pled to manslaughter. So that was a break there because they let you plead to manslaughter, and second, they ran it concurrent with your other time. So the max you had to serve was the 40 or when your release date came. So I just wanted to point that out to my fellow board members, and I have no further questions.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Freeman covered that well. He got all of my questions. I just have one question. It seems like both of these cases are similar in that when your aunt told you she didn't have any money for your drug habit, you stabbed her and beat her in the head with a skillet. When your girlfriend told you, or not a girlfriend, whoever she was, the next lady, Prime, she told you she didn't have any more money. You stabbed her and put an extension cord around her neck and choked and stabbed her and killed her. I'm wondering, how do we know that you won't do this behavior again? That's how you dealt with it before. One time, here's the next time, how do we feel? Try to make us feel that there's something that you won't deal with that again. We don't want to hear about that again.
Yes, sir. Well, my plan is this year, my first incarceration, I spent 8.5 years of my life preparing to come out and fail because I didn't address the issue that need to be addressed. This time around, I've seen where my decision making has got me, my addiction, my substance abuse. I took someone's life. First time I ever closed, but this time I took someone's life. That's when I knew I had to do something with my life. Because before I started using drugs, I had a successful life. But once I started using drugs, my life began to go off course. So that's when I knew I had begun to deal with my substance abuse. So with that, I began to deal with, got in AANA. I also had to deal with my anger issues. That's what conflict management thinking, what change came in. And not only that, dealing with those issues, I had begun to deal with my spiritual issues also because I had some bad foundation. And also I had to begin to learn how to deal with rejection because I had to allow other things to begin to control my life instead of being in control of myself. So my journey since I came to LSP was begin to work on me and get me back to be the man that I was created to be. So that's why every opportunity I had to get involved with a program that would benefit me, that would help me grow, I took advantage of it. So that's the difference in the man you see today than the man who committed this crime 19 years and 8 months ago, because now I realize life is very valuable. And I does not have the right to take anyone's life. I'm not God, and I realize that. It's something I have to live with on a daily basis. And I'm ashamed of what I've done. I regret what I've done. I apologize to the Brown family for the pain and anguish that I caused them. But my duty in my life today is to help those who coming behind me, that they will not fall in the situation that I'm in today. Something I have to deal with each and every day of my life. It was a horrible thing. I take responsibility. I was guilty of it because I refused to acknowledge that I had serious issues in my life. But now I know, and I know now that I have to deal with it on a daily basis. I know this addiction will be with me for the rest of my life. So therefore, I have to continue to deal with my sobriety, continue to go to classes, continue to educate myself, and most of all, continue to serve others.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
I have no questions. The staff have any comments there? Please.
Yes, I can tell you that Mr. Edward has been an integral part of our reentry court program. He mentors to the mentees that come in our reentry court program, and he's also a part of our multidisciplinary team when we have to counsel the offenders on their behavior. He's real passionate about reentry. He's really passionate about telling the guys, you know, what to do, they needed to do, interpersonal skills and life skills to reintegrate back into society and become a successful person. He's a minimum B trustee that's assigned to our MAG dorm, and he also facilitates some of our programs. He finished Parole Leadership, which is a program that based out of Ohio that teaches men to learn to be leaderships and to take the crime that they have committed and turn it into something positive towards other people so that they won't go down that same road. I think Mr. Edwards is a positive person. I think he's ready to go back into society.
Thank you so much. Today we have in support Ms. Stephanie Johnson.
Yes. Good morning.
Okay.
My name is Stephanie Johnson. I am the second eldest child of Mr. Charles, and I'm speaking on behalf of my sister, Dr. Christina Bailey, Shamika Edwards, my two brothers, Anthony Edwards and Charles Edwards Jr. I want to start by saying my dad is a good person, an awesome father, and my number one supporter. He's also has helped me get through some trying times. And for some reason, he always feels when something's not right because he calls. And he has helped me get through a lot of issues that I'm having here while he's incarcerated. I know he has made mistakes. He's far from perfect. The first time that he did get out, me personally, I didn't feel as if he was ready mentally. This go round, I see 360. He has changed. He has taken the pre-release program, drug abuse program, victim awareness, and he also facilitates as well. I'm sorry. I feel like my dad will be a great mentor to those who are taking the wrong path now. Granting my dad parole will be an opportunity for redemption and to be a great asset to his community. He has a very strong support system, not only me and my siblings, but my aunts, my uncles, and a host of nieces and nephews that's going to stand behind him 100% to make sure that he does not go down this path again.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll have Ron Hicks.
Good morning to this board. Thank you for the opportunity to allow me to speak on behalf of Mr. Charles Edwards. I speak as an eyewitness to his transformation, his rehabilitation, his education, and his community service. I also was incarcerated at Angola, Louisiana State Prison for 33 years, and this honorable board took it up on themselves to give me the opportunity to be released. I can tell you, working with Mr. Charles from the time that he entered into prison, his rehabilitation is legit. It's real. I've watched him over the years address his issues as it relates to substance abuse. I watched him address his issues related to anger management and do all of the approved programs that DOC has put in place to help men re-enter back into society because they've done the work and contributed back to the community in which they live. Mr. Charles has been an exceptional example of what rehabilitation looks like. And I think that this honorable board will be doing a great job of assessing all the things that Mr. Charles have done over the years. I'll leave you with this story that is when I got ready to transition out of prison, I was leading Leadership Builders, that ministry for the last 24 years. And the man that's sitting behind Mr. Charles, who is Pastor Waters, we both were working in this ministry together, and we were looking for someone to take the lead to continue this ministry because we had a real impact in the community of Angola. And our decision process led us to choose Mr. Charles Edwards as the next leader of Leadership Builders. And I think that we made the right decision by putting him at the helm of that ministry to keep it going forward and keep ministering to the people that are incarcerated. I'll close with these statements that Mr. Charles, if given the opportunity by this board to be released, we are 100% behind him to help him with his transition, to plug him into ministry. We just started a ministry in Baton Rouge called the Sanctuary, and Mr. Charles will have access to worship at that ministry, to be a part of that ministry, to contribute back to the society and the community where he will reside as a law-abiding citizen and a contributor to the community where he lives. It would be my request that this board would grant Mr. Charles Edwards release on parole. Thank you for your time and giving me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, sir. Next, we'll have Mr. Myers.
Yes, good morning. Kerry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project. I think we all know that addiction destroys lives. I think we also all know that through recovery, recovery saves lives. Not only the person in recovery, Mr. Edwards has also shown that through the work he's done at Angola, through his being a mentor, through the fact that he is a leader there, he's saving lives. He's moving lives on a different path. I think he said it best himself as to why he is the man he is today. I can tell you that Parole Project is prepared to offer him our full support through transitional long-term housing. He has employment waiting for him. Even though his parole eligibility date is in October, he'll have a job waiting for him when he's released after he finishes our phase 1 reentry program. We'll provide him with the tools he needs. We'll provide him with the mentorship he needs. We'll provide him with the guidance that he needs. I think this board already knows what Parole Project can do, has done, and I believe that two things happen when the person who comes to us is ready to accept that what we offer. The success speaks for itself. So I would just ask this board to grant Mr. Edwards his parole today.
Thank you so much. Ms. Hannah has already spoken, hasn't she? DA. I thought she'd be last. Yeah, she needs me. Next, we'll have an opposition. Mr. Fitzgerald. We have a Fitzgerald.
Hold on. Did the offender give this closing statement?
No.
Good
The
morning.
offender- Hold on, Ms. Fitzgerald. The offender needs to give his closing statement and the attorney needs to close it out. And then we'll go to the opposition.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Mr. Edwards. You want to give your closing statement, please?
Yes, sir. First of all, I want to thank
I'm
this.
sorry for interrupting, but Mr. Brown, was Mr. Brown going to speak?
Appropriate time is let the offender give his closing statement and the attorney.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Mr. Evans.
I'd like to thank this honorable board for giving me this opportunity to come before y'all today to present my case. I'm greatly honored for this time, and also I want to share my regrets and apologize for taking the life of Miss Vicky Brown. I want to apologize to her family for robbing them of the holidays, the family photos, the anniversaries, and the different family events that she's no longer part of because of my selfish action. And also, I want to apologize to the law enforcement, the paramedics, to all those who were involved with the crime scene, how I disrupted their life. And also, I want to apologize also to my family for the shame and embarrassment that I brought upon them. I know that my life has created a lot of pain, but also I want to thank LSP for giving me an opportunity to take the classes that I needed to help rebuild me to be the man that I was created to be. I want to thank them for allowing me to take a victim awareness. I could begin to see the depth of the harm that I cause other people, and also could understand the depth of empathy also. And also I want to thank them for giving me an opportunity to deal with my substance abuse, my rejection, my anger problem. And all that, they taught me different classes like dealing with living in balance, learning how to live on a daily basis, making the right decision when things arise. And I also was able to further my education, getting a Bachelor of Art in the Northern Baptist Seminary, and also I able to get a carpentry degree. So I've been about building my whole man, not just about the physical man, not just about the mental man, but the spiritual man also. And my life mission is now, I gave up my life when I took Miss Vicky Brown life, and my mission now is to help give life to others who the image is trying to destroy. So my mission today is to help men, women, boys, and girls to begin to see life for what it truly is, to be a servant to others, that we all continue to grow and be the men that we were created to be. So I want to thank you again for this time. I want to thank y'all for this privilege. And again, I say thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll hear from Mr. Ms. Hutchinson. Okay. Did you
Thank
want?
you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, board. Again, Adrienne Hutchison here with the LSU Law Parole Clinic. In 2004, when Mr. Charles pled guilty to manslaughter, he was sentenced to 40 years. The final statement of the court in that plea agreement, the judge said, Mr. Edwards, I hope at some point down the line you can achieve some degree of redemption for this horrific crime. Today, I believe Mr. Edwards has presented you with his redemption. Redemption from a drug-addicted man who valued narcotics, the narcotics that he was addicted to over everything else. I believe he showed you that he addressed the root cause of his addiction, where he valued the cost of those drugs over the value of life. But I'd like to ask the board to pay special attention to when he started it. Mr. Charles took his first substance abuse class in 2006. Mr. Charles wasn't eligible for the opportunity for parole until 2021. He was 16 years into his incarceration and his rehabilitation before he even had an opportunity for early release. The work that Mr. Charles has presented to you was all done before that opportunity. It was all done with the intention this time of changing and becoming a better man and redeeming himself. One of the things that Mr. Charles and I have talked about is the value of a life now. He's immersed himself in his Christian faith, and the value of life astronomical to compare to where he felt then. Because he views all of God's children the same. He would never hurt another person. I know there's been concern about his supervision history, and I know Miss Grace has talked about statistically Mr. Charles is aged out of the time period in which he would produce another crime. And for what it's worth, he's done so much work here. He's shown you in his record that he's no longer that person. He's demonstrated it. Recidivism also factors in the level of support. We've seen that he will have support from not only the Louisiana Parole Project, but all those in the ministry. You've seen letters from people that he's volunteered and assisted and mentored over the years that are in a better place because of his service to them. He's prepared himself both spiritually and through education and carpentry. He's done programming. He's done all the necessary changes. And again, he did all this long before he had the opportunity to come home. And just, I did want to make sure the board was clear that although he has not, he's right at 19 months, his parole eligibility date would be at his 20-year mark. So I asked this board to look at the redemption that Mr. Charles has presented to you, and with the disciplinary record that he's shown you, and understand that Mr. Charles is no longer a threat to society and can be released to help others on the outside as he has done inside. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we'll hear from Mr. Brown, Kenneth Brown.
You're on mute.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Vicky was my wife, and when this happened, Mr. Edwards there destroyed my life. He destroyed the lives of Vicky's two daughters, her grandkids, her parents, her brothers, her sisters, her cousins. You know, Charles Edwards did not kill just Vicky. He killed a whole arm of a family there. And let me tell you, there are a couple things I want to clarify here that I heard mentioned earlier. One, after he had killed her, he shaved his head and then he got in a rental car and left. He didn't have a rental car. He was driving my car that he had stolen. He went through her pockets, blood all over her, where she's laying on the floor of that filthy house, bleeding to death with no conscience on his part. He went through her pockets, took any money she might have had, took her keys to that car, got in that car. He took her cell phone too, went to using that. And he run that car all over the place. You know, oh, poor me, look what I've done, you know. He took an electrical cord. You know, they made this, he made it sound like it just happened so fast. He took her life. He took her life. He took that electrical cord. These are his words. And he choked her out with that electrical cord until she passed out. Okay? Not once, but many times she kept waking up. And finally, he took that cord and choked her out till she passed out. Then he took a knife of some kind and he slit her throat. And he slit her throat. Why? Why did he slit her throat? He could have stood up and walked out. He could have, you know, left her there. He didn't have to kill her. He was on the street after already attempting murder. You know, he was in prison for attempted murder. And you guys saw fit to turn him loose. And once you turned him loose, he got on the street and he killed my wife. You guys turn him out, put him on the street again. Whose wife is he going to kill now? Maybe one of your board members right there. If you guys choose to put it out, that I can't do nothing about that. But I am totally and completely against him being released. He's a menace to society, and he should never be turned loose out on the street. I don't realize any other way that I can state it more strongly. I am very, very emotional about it even today. 19 years, 8 months, as he says. Well, 19 years and 8 months is not enough time. I don't care if it's 60 years, it's not enough time. He needs to set himself right where he's at and think about what he done the rest of his life. Just like he took her life, his life needs to be thrown away too. All right, I'm through ranting. I appreciate y'all listening to me today. I hope you make the right decision here.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Ms. Fitzgerald will give the closing statement, please.
Good morning. I'm Leon Fitzgerald. I'm with the Caddo Parish District Attorney's Office and District Attorney James Stewart. I'm the director of the Victim Assistance Program. Mr. Brown, you and I have not met, but I do appreciate you testifying today and your comments. I defer to what Mr. Brown said as far as the trauma that this family has been through at the hands of Mr. Edwards. There were other family members who were consulted with by the Victim Assistance Coordinator, Kristen Parsons. They're not on today, but Ms. Brown's daughter, Nicole Russell, did make a statement in writing. I'm sure the board has reviewed it, but she did speak of how she's never been able to get over the loss of her mother, and she still lives with anger today over what happened. Mr. Brent Jordan, who is the brother of Vicki Brown, expressed his strong opposition in writing and told how close he was to his sister and had in fact spoken to her on the day that she was murdered. And Mr. Brown and the aftermath, just dealing with not knowing where his wife was, strangers answering her cell phone. I can't even imagine what that's like. And so, yes, Mr. Edwards has done some impressive things in prison, and I appreciate that. I recognize that. And I hope that he will be a much needed mentor to other young people. But, you know, I can't put aside how very violent these offenses were. I mean, he didn't take a gun and shoot someone. He beat his own aunt. And then, you know, with Miss Vicki Brown, strangling her with an extension cord, slitting her throat from side to side. I've never been on drugs, but that level of violence just makes you wonder how someone is capable of such a thing and such a disregard for human life, drugs or no drugs. And so, you know, as we discussed, he has performed poorly under supervision before. He has seemed to flourish within the confines of prison, but that's a huge risk on society to let him out at this point and just hope for the best, basically, because he's performed well in prison. This was a torturous, horrible death for Vicki Brown. And basically what it all boils down to from the standpoint of my office is that he is just now at the halfway point of a 40-year manslaughter sentence. And at this point, has he paid his debt to Vicki Brown and her family and to society? And it's our office's opinion that no, 20 years of a 40-year sentence is not enough. It's just not commensurate with the crime that he committed. And so we respectfully ask that his parole be denied. And we thank you for the chance to speak.
Thank you so much. Is the board ready to vote?
I am.
Mr. Freeman?
Okay, you know, Mr. Edwards, terrific family support. You have a great disciplinary record. You've had very good classes, tremendous community service to Angola. And I commend you for that. But the bottom line is, you know, that's the second person, and it's lucky your aunt didn't die. And now you have this one, and you hadn't done but 19 years and 8 months. That is not near enough time for the offense you committed. So my vote is to deny.
Mr. Morris,
I agree with what Mr. Freeman said and what Ms. Leona said. You really did get a good deal with a 40-year sentence for this charge, and then got another good deal to have it run concurrent with the first charge. Again, I would commend you just like he did on your work there, your rehabilitation. I don't doubt that you're the person you say you are now. It's just a problem with the situation of those charges. So today I'm gonna have to vote to deny it based on the heinous and violent nature of the crimes and your previous conviction for attempted first-degree murder charge in 1993, the strong opposition from law enforcement and the victim's family. But keep up the good work, and you're gonna be coming back and see us again. So as time goes on, I think your chances will improve.
Mr. Edwards, I concur with my colleagues, and I hope that you continue the work you're doing, and if things change, it may be different. This concludes our meeting for today. Good morning. My name is Chuck Tillis. My colleagues with me today, to my left is Mr. Danny Boris. To my right is Mr. Pete Freeman. Mr. Edwards, would you state your name and DOC number for the record, please?
Edward Henderson, 403-870.
I'll give you a brief explanation of the process. I'll read some information into the record and ask you to verify it. We will then conduct a parole interview. Your case has been assigned to me, and I'll be the first to take the lead in the interview. After the interview is complete, we'll ask the facilitating staff there to put their input in. We will allow public comments, 3 for supporters, and allow 3 for in opposition. In support today, we'll have the staff read who is here.
On Zoom, we have Carrie Myers. Here at headquarters, we have Kristen Henderson. Kristen Henderson is the father. Edward Henderson Senior. I'm sorry, my apologies. Edward Henderson Senior is the father. Kristen Henderson is the sister. Dr. Jean Robinson, cousin. Julia Bennett, aunt. Shakindra Short, sister. Adrian Short, stepfather. Sandra Washington, cousin. Chancey Durrell, brother. Margaret Bilbo, brother. Sister. Kenneth Johnson is the uncle. Tina Henderson, Carter Robinson, Oscar Toots, who will be speaking, is a cousin. We have Sharice Shands, LeVar Henderson. We also have Edward Henderson, Demarion Henderson, Walter Diggs, and Walter Diggs is the Edinburgh, and Darryl Walker is the LSP, and so is Jerry Diggs.
Thank you. Today we have for parole consideration, Mr. Edward Henderson, DOC number 403870. Second felony offense. Offenses: armed robbery, habitual offender, aggravated burglary, aggravated battery, possession with the intent to distribute cocaine. Sentencing date was February 3rd, 2004, December 15th, 2003, February 12th, 1999, revoked January 6, 2000, and December 15, 2003. Sentencing: 60 years, 30 years, 10, and 7 years hard labor. Parole date September 2024. Good time date February 21, 2069. Full term is May 25, 2071. Is that correct, Mr. Henderson?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now I'll begin the interview. How long have you been incarcerated?
21 years.
21 years. What have you done since you've been there? Have you taken any training?
Yes, sir.
You have? What type of training have you taken?
100 hours, Malachi Dad, substance abuse, anger management, mortal conference.
Okay. So you've been in training. So have you? What have you learned from this since you've been there? These classes you've been taking.
I learned, I learned a lot from my mistakes, to be on the right path, to do right, stay focused,
Okay. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Learn to help people, you know.
Mhm. How far did you go in with your education?
11th grade.
11th grade. Did
Yes,
you
sir.
try to GED since you've been there?
I got my GED.
Or you got it? So you
Yes, sir.
finished.
Yes, sir.
If you're granted parole, what will you do? Where will you live? Where will you go?
Stay with my mother.
Where's that?
It's in Gibson, Louisiana.
Gibson, Louisiana?
Yes, sir.
What do you plan to do? Plan to work or what?
Yes, sir.
You plan to work. Can you tell me what's a good reason why you should be granted today?
I have a lot to offer society, you know, change, man. From how I used to be, I'm changed. You know, I gave my life to God. You know, I want to do better in life. Go out there and help people. You know, talk to the youth. Try to keep them out of trouble. Keep them stationed. You know, just do the right things in life.
The right things. Did you take some drug abuse classes, you said?
Yes, sir.
Did you feel like you've overcome your addiction?
Yes, sir.
I see. What about your conduct since you've been there? Have you been written up a lot or what?
Not for nothing, you know, bad. I've been written up. Work offense.
How many times have you been written up?
About 22 times.
22 out of the, yeah, a little more than that, do you think?
31.
Probably so. 20.
31.
31.
31.
Okay, my colleagues now are going to ask you some questions.
I got a few questions. You could be moving back to Gibson. You don't think there's not gonna be any pushback from what happened?
Oh, sir.
Okay. Does the victim's family live any around there? Mr. Johnson.
Think this. I don't know if he's still staying out there or what.
That's a small town, very small town. Okay. You know, I mean, I'm looking at your classes, and it doesn't show you did those classes. Warden? I mean, when you classes, it shows only the 100 hours.
All I have is 100 hours, Malachi Dad.
Right. That's what we call a class. A class is anger management.
No anger management.
Victim impact.
No victim impact. No victim awareness or anything, sir.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Morris?
Yeah, Pete kind of touched on what I was gonna ask. In the 20 years of incarceration, I only see those two classes, the 100 hours and the Malachi Dad. I see a Christian fellowship and a support of God and Christ thing, but that's not the programming and the classes that we consider. Were you on parole when you committed this crime that you're here for now?
Yes, sir.
And what were you on parole for at that time?
Possession of cocaine with intent to distribute.
That's all the questions I had for him.
Warden, do you have any comments that you want to make?
No, sir, that's it. And he does have 31 disciplinary reports, with the last one being on 9/6/2022 for aggravated work offense. Other than that, no, sir, I have nothing else to add to it.
Thank you so much. At this time, we will hear from your supporters. Mr. Myers?
Yes, good morning. Kerry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project. Mr. Henderson has been identified by our employment enhancement program as a candidate based on his culinary skills, based on his age, and the area that he'll eventually return to. We also have the option to provide Mr. Henderson longer term support if he should choose, and his employment should be in the Baton Rouge area. We would also want to let the board know that Mr. Henderson will go through the full complement of our reentry programming. He'll have a mentor. He'll have someone who will support him through that transition. We'll make sure he has all the documentation he needs, that he's connected to healthcare services. He'll have the evaluation of our social worker, and we would make sure he follows any recommendations provided there. He would also get training and support in technology and finances, in consumer skills. We would help him find long-term housing should he choose to stay in the Baton Rouge area. And if he doesn't, we would also help with his employment in the Gibson area. So I just ask this board to consider the fact that Parole Project would support it.
Mr. Myers.
Mr. Henderson's telling us that he would go to live back in Gibson. And y'all have services out there for housing in Gibson?
We do not have services there. We would, he will be under our case management for at least a minimum of a year. We will continue to follow up with him. But our employment enhancement program does make connections with employers in all over the state. And if we are also prepared to house him longer term if we find him suitable employment in this area.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Myers. Mr. Oscar Tulip?
Yes. I'm Felton Henderson's first cousin. First thing I want to say is I've been in places he's been in. I know what it takes to make it on the outside instead of the inside. From conversating with him over the years, I know that he's changed, and I know that he's prepared himself for this day, for the rest of his life, should I say, because he's done the right things. He's changed. I know that he's changed because, like I said, I conversated with him. I know how he went in, where he's at now, and we couldn't look for a person that's been rehabilitated better than he has. And it takes a lot more than physical. It takes mentality. His mentality has definitely changed. And that's the main thing that will keep him on the right path. And you can see, you look around and see he has a support program behind him. So he has a lot of family support and he has outside support. You won't have a problem with that. And other people assisting him along the way, because I know it's a transition from being incarcerated to being, set free. Today I just hope that you would take into consideration the amount of time that he's spending now, where he's come from and where he's at now, not just physically, but mentally, like I said, which is the main thing that I know that carries you along the way. The mentality of that change.
Thank you so much. We have one other, I think. And that's Diggs, Mr. Diggs, Jarrett Diggs.
Yes, sir. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jarrett Diggs. I'm a retired Marine. I'm also a business owner. I own several rental properties in the Houma area, which is a city that pretty much borders Gibson. With that being said, I'm prepared to offer employment to Mr. Henderson, should that be necessary. I can speak to the character of a man. Like I said, as a Marine, integrity means a lot to me. He's a trustworthy individual. And I just ask that you all consider him and grant this request.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Henderson, would you like to give a statement?
I'd like to thank God for giving me this opportunity to come before y'all and y'all community. And I pray that God touch y'all heart and give me another opportunity as society, to be with my family and do the right things. And I thank God for giving me this opportunity to stand before y'all.
Thank you so much. The committee is ready to vote. Mr. Freeman? Whose case? I'm sorry, it's my case. Mr. Edwards. Edward Henderson. Mr. Edward Henderson. I've gone through your case and I still feel that you need some more counseling and some more classes and training, especially drug abuse. And I think you need to try to go, well, you said you got your GED, right?
Yes, sir.
Good. But I believe at this time, I'm going to have to deny. Mr. Bowers?
I agree. I believe at this time, I'm gonna have to deny you also based on the violent nature of the crime, the multiple crimes that were committed and your habitual offender status, and the lack of inmate programs completed in 20 years, along with the opposition from law enforcement and the victim. Now, you will be able to come back here for another hearing, and I would suggest strongly that during these next period between now and the time you show back up, you take those classes that you said you took, but you didn't. The substance abuse, take everything that's available to you, especially those involving victims and anger management and substance abuse, and come back with some of those, and I think you have a better shot. So today I vote to deny with the recommendation that you complete more classes in between and get yourself ready.
Mr. Freeman?
I agree with what Mr. Barra said, and you just got to go get those classes, man. I mean, it looked like you did have that bad disciplinary write-up in 22, so you do need to stay write-up free. But we need some classes. I mean, you've really done nothing since you've been in there because the 100 hours that's required to get out. So everybody takes it. So good luck to you.
Mr. Henderson, you've been denied, and this concludes our meeting with you today. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Who's got that? Ready? Good morning. My name is Chuck Tillis. My colleagues are to my left, Mr. Danny Boris, and to my right, Mr. Pete Freeman. Mr. Henderson. Mr. Dukes, I'm sorry. Would you state your name and DOC number for the record, please?
Oh, Felton Dukes, 348078.
Okay, I'll give you a brief explanation of the process. I'll read some information into the records and ask you to verify it. I will then conduct a parole interview. Your case has been assigned to Mr. Freeman, who will take the lead in your interview. After the interview is complete, we will ask the facilitating staff for their input. We will allow public comments. 3 supporters will be allowed to speak on your behalf, and 3 people in opposition will be allowed to speak. In support today, we have Mr. Myers, Ms. Harrison, Mr. Dukes, and Ms. Hutchinson will close out for us. Is that correct? You agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Freeman will begin his interview.
Okay, Felton, how old are you?
49.
And how long have you spent on this charge?
14 years and 8 months.
Okay. What you been doing with your time since you've been in Angola?
I've been doing all productive stuff, getting my life together, making a better me from the person that I came from, like vocational school, a high set, a trade, and faith-based programs.
Sounds good. Okay, do you realize what drugs does, people?
Oh, yes, sir.
Do you realize the danger that you cause?
Yes, I do.
Yes, there's a lot of victims out there. Who knows, may be dead, may be alive, but you know, once you get hooked on that stuff, I don't know if you've been hooked on it before, but it's not no easy thing to put behind.
Yes, sir.
You have 4 children?
Or 5.
Okay, do you hear or see your children? I mean, do you visit with them or call them?
The latest visit I had was from my youngest son, but I stay in contact with all my kids and my grandkids.
Great, great, okay. What you think changed you? Was it because you finally had to do real time or what? Because I mean, before you was bouncing around in little local jails. This time you've been in Angola.
Yeah, the time when it really made me change, I needed to change because the road I was going down was leading me nowhere but to jail. So I had to change for the better me and society and the people who are hurt.
Okay, I see you're gonna go stay with the Parole Project.
Oh, yes, sir.
Where are you going after that?
I would like to
stay in Baton Rouge. Cause
We don't back Freeport.
no, sir, because the parole project is gonna help me out with going to classes, also with employment, since I have a HVAC trade. They say it should be no problem getting me employed. If it gotta be,
What classes you took on drugs?
I took all AA, substance abuse, and living in balance.
Okay. I see you took victim awareness.
Yes, sir.
I see you took anger management, and then you did take a whole bunch of religious courses. You did do a lot of HVAC work and stuff.
Yes, sir.
What have you done for the prison? What kind of community involvement you have?
Well, community involvement, I have like an older cat was in a wheelchair. I pushed him to church, and anytime he needed to get around, I was assistant. Also in school, I try to really talk positive to the re-entry dudes, letting them know they have a chance, a good chance. They have to do 2 years. In my situation, I have a life sentence. So I tutor them. I'm a maintenance man, ACA clerk, and I'm a student. So anything I could do for really the prison community, I have no problem with doing. Volunteer work, it doesn't matter.
Okay. May I ask you a question? Tell me the truth, man.
Yes, sir.
Most pound of dope you ever had that you was selling?
On this charge I was caught on, it was 6 rocks.
Okay, but what's the most you ever had in your possession to sell?
The most I had probably about 8 balls of cocaine.
Oh, cocaine, okay. All right. So, what were you doing with the money? I mean,
I was going through like a hard time dealing with like child support. And then I had just got married. So I didn't want to put all the pressure on my wife. So I made them decisions by selling dope to help me pay child support, but I had to be the man. And the decision I was making was the wrong decision. But I tried, but it didn't lead to nothing good but prison.
yeah. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, you have a pretty long criminal history. You had some law enforcement opposition. DA was strongly opposed. The sheriff was opposed. The chief was opposed. The judges have a blanket policy. There's nothing you can do about that. Your mother, Emma Dukes, was in favor. And your write-ups, there's 0. That's great. I mean, that's quite an accomplishment. 15 years, 0 write-ups. And you've taken a bunch of good classes. I have no further questions.
I'd like to add something for the record I didn't overlook. The offense was the 4th felony. The offenses was habitual offense, add penalties, possession of Schedule 1 CDS, habitual offense, add penalties, distribution of Schedule 2 CDS. Sentence 3/18/2010. Sentence life without the benefit of parole, pardon, or suspension of sentence. Parole date was 10/3/2024 and no good time. Full term life. I apologize for that. Mr. Freeman has finished. Mr. Bars, you have any?
Yeah. I see that you had a history of gang activity and gang friends that probably was part of cause of this problem. How are you gonna deal, if we let you out, how are you gonna deal with those old gang members? Because I've seen in your reports that they were there by your side whenever you needed them. Did they come visit you in jail?
No, sir.
Nobody been
by my side. They never was.
you got beat up, got hurt, and somewhere in there it says that they were the only ones who came visit you when you were in the hospital or whatever.
Yeah, that was years ago. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Oh, well, I mean, this is your record we're looking at.
Yes, sir.
They were there for you. You were a member of the gang, and That's what I'm more interested in is about, tell me a little bit about that gang activity and how you're gonna deal with it now. You know, but you watch TV and they say the gangs don't let you out. I mean, are you out?
Yes, sir, I'm fully out.
Sit it out?
Yes, sir.
And if a gang member would come up to you and we let you out and he come up to you and say, hey, buddy, you know, let's talk about old times, and how would you deal with that?
I'm gonna deal with, like they say, the parole project apply me with a phone, I'm calling the police.
Okay. So you telling us right now, you 100%, if we let you out, you 100% done with any kind of gang activity?
Yes, sir, that's why I want.
What if you have somebody in your own family who's a member of the gang? How you gonna deal with a family member that's a member of that gang?
Treat them the same way as being a friend. Yeah.
All right. And then just tell me a little bit about what you learned in jail. I see you did the right courses. What did you learn from them courses that's gonna keep you out of coming back to jail? How can we be assured that you know the right thing to do? Tell me in your opinion, how you gonna handle it different?
My opinion, I wrote something down if you don't mind me reading it.
Sure.
All right, I was saying I was staying focused on the outcome of what I have decided for my future by making it a point to be mindful what affects others besides myself, plus helping me understand the importance of today and not the mistakes I have made in my past, in which I have taken the advantages of all the opportunities provided since my incarceration, programs, schooling, vocational trade, and faith-based programs, which has given me the ability to choose what's best to succeed in becoming a hard-working, law-abiding by the citizen, taxpayer, better father, son, and husband. Also willing to give all my support and manpower to rebuild a better community, knowing I am not perfect, but do take full responsibility for all my past negative choices that affected others and myself.
Thank you. Thank you. I have no questions, but I want to read those who are in support for you. Mr. Terrence Ween, Lawanda Finley, Deidre Forson, Angela Harris, Stella Dukes Thomas, Emma Dukes, and Mr. Myers and Ms. Hutchinson. We're going to hear from Mr. Myers.
Good morning, Kerry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project. We're here for Felton today. Prison, one of the goals of prison is rehabilitation. Of course, we would like it that's successful in every case with everyone who goes to prison. But in this case, I believe it is actually the case. Felton, from the moment he got to prison, recognized the significance of his actions and the sentence that he received for those actions. As Mr. Freeman pointed out earlier, that what he did, the little time that he did in and out of jails had very little effect. This sobered him. This sobered him. It matured him. The 49-year-old man who has done the work during his 15 years of incarceration, prepared himself for a life, for a career with his trade, prepared himself through things like victim awareness and thinking for a change, anger management, substance abuse. This is where the system works. This is a success story. If there are any success stories, this is one of them. And one of the reasons that Parole Project is going to support Mr. Dukes long term is so he doesn't go back to Shreveport, so he doesn't be involved in the things that led him to prison. He has an opportunity to start new. He's created himself into a new person, and we're going to help him be that new person. So we would just ask this board to consider the work that he's done. The fact that this is where the system works. This is the opportunity to prove that. And we want to help Mr. Dukes do that. And so we ask this board to consider that today.
Thank you so much. Ms. Emma Dukes.
You can speak for me.
Yeah, I'm Emma, and Felton is my only son, and he's been recognized from his teenage life
onto adulthood as a respectful person. He's kind-hearted, and he's very humble. He has maintained a relationship with his wife, even though it was, the separation is but then she's been visiting, and we have been visiting as family members, and the neighbors have expressed concern for his well-being. They realize that he was a nice, humble person, and they have been supported by control, expressing concern about it. They even tried to send him gifts and expressions, and he has been very, very, very kind to his nephews, his nieces. He remembered their occasion come up, like their birthday. He would help get the guys down here that are very talented to send stuff like purses and other crafts. He's always been faithful like that. And while he's been here, he has seen the error of his ways, that he been trying to instill in his children to be law-abiding people. And he also has been trying to get closer to God and be a God-fearing person, and be kind to others. And he has reached out to better himself by educating himself, by taking a trade, and by getting the degree. He got his GED, and he's just been really respectful, and he's been very, very repentful.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you all for this.
Ms. Harrison, Ms. Angela Harrison.
Hi, my name is Angela Harris. I am married to Felton Dukes. I have seen a change in him since he's been here. He's been gone for over 14 years, almost 15 years. His mindset is different. He doesn't have that mindset of thinking that I have to make fast money or I have to be in contact with these people. His mindset now is more, I don't want to be around it. I want better for myself. I want to come home. This is not my home. He don't consider this as being his home. He always says, this is not home. I'm not gonna get comfortable. I'm gonna do what I'm supposed to do so I can come home. And as his wife, I supported everything that he does. If he decides if he gets out and he doesn't want to come to Shreveport and stays in Baton Rouge, I will move to Baton Rouge with him.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Warden, do you have any comments?
Yes, I just want to say that Felton Dukes exemplifies the type of offender that we want here at Angola. One that comes in, hit the ground rolling, does his support classes and stuff, and don't get in any trouble. He has no DV reports, and that's very amazing, because very seldom we see an offender with no DV reports. So I think that he is ready with the skills and the classes that he has taken to reintegrate back into society and become a successful citizen.
Thank you so much, Warden. We appreciate your comments.
You're welcome.
Ms. Hudson, I'm sorry. I'd like to hear from Mr. Dukes. Do you have anything you want to add to this?
I have a closing statement. I would like to thank the parole committee, also everyone else who contributed to supporting my behalf, Parole Project, LSU law students, staff attorney, DOC, my family and wife, for being present today with helping me show and prove I am a new, changed, and productive person to accept the consequences of my actions, recognize the mistakes I made by hurting the community and destruction I caused with the effects of my crime. And since my 14 years and 18 months at Louisiana State Penitentiary, I have focused on building a better me, making positive shifts from which I made bad choices in my past. But the man you see here today is now educated with a high state equivalency and equipped with a legal financial work skill as an HVAC technician, also EPA certification that the prison had given me the opportunity to achieve. Also the self-help classes that programs has offered me into becoming a new, better person, in which the fruitless classes I have enrolled in since my full term date isn't until October 2024, giving me more time to do my very best to go above and beyond what is required to ensure my success. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Hutchinson, would you like to close out, please?
Yes, thank you, board. When Mr. Dukes was given a life sentence, he could have come to prison and given up. He could have continued his gang affiliation. He could have continued in the life of narcotics, but he didn't. With no chance of parole at the time, he addressed his issues. He started with GED. I typically tell my clients speak from the heart, but I was so impressed with his ability to read and write and articulate, looking at the 10 years it took for him to get that GED. Learning to read, to write with a previous traumatic brain injury from his teenage years. I was so impressed that I definitely wanted him to show you all how far he's come and how well he's done. I understand everyone's concern about his actions in Caddo Parish and the possibility of him re-entering, but I think it's important to understand that today Mr. Dukes realizes the miscalculation of the risk versus the reward in doing a drug activity where he was trying to make fast money for his family. He ended up abandoning them. And I think that's the emotion that you see today with him in front of the board, is realizing what that has caused, not just him and his community, but his family. And I know he didn't get the opportunity to talk about the victims, but we've had that conversation in depth and understanding that when you introduce drugs into the community, it's a catalyst for other crimes. And I promise you, he definitely understands that there are victims out there from his participation in that. And I think that's why he's gone and done so much to make sure that he doesn't have to do that. He's certified in HVAC. And again, that wasn't an easy task for someone who wasn't even able to really read and write when he got here. Mr. Dukes has gone almost 15 years in prison, and he's not had one disciplinary write-up. This is a first for me. I've never had someone who's not had one hiccup in prison. And that just kind of shows you that his mindset was already made when he came to Angola to do better, because he didn't receive an opportunity for parole until he was 12 years in. So 2021 was when he even knew that he could come before the parole board. There was no possibility for this before. I think that his intentional decision to not return to that parish and not even have to deal with those people that he was affiliated with before and not put himself in that place shows that he's ready to set roots somewhere else and start a new life. And I think both the parish and all those affected by it would appreciate that. I think now the Felton Dukes that you see, the educated man that sets goals and who is ready and able to be a taxpayer and not a tax burden. With all the tools and programming LSP has provided and Felton has taken advantage of, we think that he's the right person and the right type of person to be granted parole. And so we respectfully ask this board to give Mr. Dukes a second chance and allow him to come to Louisiana Parole Project and set roots in Baton Rouge. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hutchison. Is the board ready to vote?
Yep.
Mr. Freeman?
Okay, Mr. Dukes, you know, you've done well in prison. You've done very well. You know, you did hit the ground running. You got that HVAC career. That is a terrific thing. I'm very, very worried about you going back to Shreveport. I know how that can be. I was in probation and parole for 35 years. And people can influence you, and you know that. And we can't allow that anymore. We can't be influenced anymore. But I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna take a chance on you. I'm gonna vote to grant conditionally on you completing the Steve Hall program and follow all recommendations. You have a curfew from 9 p. to 6 a. unless the probation officer says you can go to work or you can go to church or something like that, but get his permission. And I'm gonna tell you, I'm doing this, go to the parole project, of course. I mean, I definitely want that completed. And I'm gonna tell you to stay out of Shreveport.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You need to go to Shreveport. It's an emergency. Your mother or a family member sick or something like that. Do just like you were going out of state. Get a travel permit from your probation officer. Call them and say, hey, you know, my mom's sick, or somebody's sick, my child's sick, and then go back. But for right now, I do not think you need to go back to Shreveport because I think you can make it if you stay. So my vote's a grant.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. Mr. Morris?
I'm gonna go ahead and repeat what you've heard a bunch. Your prison record and behavior is exemplary, and it's causing you to have a positive outcome today. I'm also gonna vote to grant parole to you based on your impressive prison behavior with no write-ups and your reentry plan, strong reentry plan with parole project. I too am gonna add some special conditions. And number one will be that you have no contact with any known gang member and no exceptions for any members of your family or anything else that might be affiliated with a gang. If they're affiliated with a gang, you need to turn your back and run. Also, the curfew that Mr. Freeman talked about, I'm in agreement with that one. And I'll say for the first year, and after the first year, your parole officer, if you performing good, like you did in jail, we can remove it based on your performance. All right, and that you attend one AA meeting per week. If you're in the parole project, whatever, until the parole officer tells us you're doing fine and don't need to do it anymore, and upon written permission, we'll remove that one. That you, like you said, I had substance abuse evaluation and treatment. Pete just solidified it a little more solid with the Steve Hall before you get out, which is great. No bars, lounges, or casinos where you got substance abuse going on. Stay away from bars, lounges, and casinos. And that you speak to school kids about gang activity and drug activity and where it leads you at least twice a year. And you ask the probation officer about that, and he's gonna line you up with the school board, and you're gonna go to those children and tell them where to get them. And maybe you can make a difference like that. I say 2 times a year, you might do it and you might realize you want to do it even more than that. Guy like you, your heart's really in it. So it's not limited to 2. It's a minimum of 2. And I think those conditions are a very fair trade-off of pardoning on a life sentence. How about you?
All right.
Go-
Yes,
go-
yes,
All right.
sir. Thank you.
Mr. Dukes, you've done really well. You got some people, good people behind you. I concur with my colleagues, and my vote is to grant also. I wish you well. This concludes our meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you, board.
Congratulations.
Morning. My name is Chuck Tillis, chairing this committee this morning. My colleagues are to my left, Mr. Danny Bars, and to my right, Mr. Pete Freeman. Mr. Jenkins, would you state your name and DOC number for the record, please?
Cefus Jenkins, 394439.
I'll read some information into the record and ask you to verify it. We will then conduct a parole interview. Your case has been assigned to Mr. Bars, who will take the lead in the interview. Once the interview is complete, we'll ask the warden or the staff for their input. We'll also allow public comments. Supporters will be able to state in support today, and we will have one of the staff read the supporters, please.
Okay, we have Tiambra Jenkins, who's your daughter, she's on Zoom. We have your attorney, Caitlin Swanger, she's at LSP. We have John Feaster, who's your cousin who will be speaking, who's also at LSP. Kizzy Jenkins, who's a cousin who's also at LSP. On Zoom, we have Shakita Bolden, who's a friend, and Geneva Peters, who is your daughter's mother. Also at Angola, we have Delmita Smith, who's your sister, Denasia Smith, who's your niece, Reginald Smith, who's your brother, Gloria Johnson, cousin, Valeric Lewis, sister, and Richard Johnson, uncle.
Thank you so much. Mr. Jenkins, you will be allowed to make a closing statement. Today we have for parole consideration, Mr. Cefus Jenkins, DOC number 394439, who is a 5th felony offender. Offense, possession with the intent to distribute cocaine, possession with the intent to distribute marijuana, habitual offender. Sentencing, STM number 455682- on 4/12/2010. Sentence a life sentence. Parole date 10/3/23. Good time, none. Full term, life sentence. Mr. Barsh will be handling your interview today.
How you doing, Mr. Jenkins? I see you completed a lot of inmate classes during your incarceration. Good job with that. I want you to tell me what you learned that'll help you stay out of trouble if we release you today. Why wouldn't you go back to that drug life? What have you learned in jail that's going to keep you away from that? And what's your plan if you do get faced with drugs on the street again?
Yes, sir. I've learned that my actions don't just affect me, they also affect my family as well as the community. I learned accountability. I learned to be responsible. I go to work, and I also volunteer here for several clubs. I sell ice cream for them, and I also volunteer for another club in a pizza shop. I also volunteer my weekends working in the business shed. And these same kind of healthy habits that I have, you know, people depend on me to show up and work for them. I will still have these same healthy habits when I am released. I also interpret for the churches, for the deaf people. And I also am involved in a few more classes like AA each day, sober group, going to weekly meetings. And I just stay fully involved in a lot of positive things. And I will also continue this if I am granted parole.
Where do you plan on living? I see you got a parole project, but are you going to live with them in Baton Rouge, or are you planning on going living somewhere else with their support?
No, sir. My plans is to move with my cousin Kizzy in Mississippi. I have a job available for me in Pearlington doing construction. And I plan on going to school to get certified in ASL to be an interpreter. as well as leaning on my carpentry trade that I got here in Angola. In the meantime, remodeling houses for side jobs, and also have a few more skills to fall on, like braiding hair and lawn care service.
All right.
Plus I do artwork. I'm an artist.
And tell me about what you're gonna do. What happens if you run into some drugs?
Well,
Deal with
I learned to stay away
history
from
drug problem.
I couldn't hear you, sir.
I said your history and all your problems stem from drugs.
Yes,
How you
sir.
gonna do that? If you walk out the door, next thing you know, your old buddy comes back and says, "Hey, man, let's celebrate you made it."
Well, for one, if he come at me like that, he's not my brother. He's not my buddy. Drugs has cost me too much for me to ever go that route again. I lost both of my parents. I was 27 when I caught this charge, and I missed all my 30s. I'm in my 40s. I'm a grandparent now, and I have too much at stake to even risk taking that chance.
All right. That's the only questions I had.
Mr. Freeman?
Okay, Mr. Jenkins, what is to be your sobriety plan? How you can stay sober when you hit the streets?
Well, I plan on staying sober by staying connected with my support team. I have a strong support team between family members, as well as IPNO social workers, and a group in Mississippi called Exodus, which helps former prisoners be acclimated with society. I plan also to continue going to AA classes and being supportive in those group meetings, as well as just taking it one day at a time, just saying, I can do better in life. There's so many other dimensions that I can do. I don't have to ever go back to that role of dealing with drugs.
What's the most drugs you ever sold? Tell me the truth. It's not affected one way or another.
About $200 worth.
$200 worth. So you were just a nickel and dime dealer. You dealing to use?
No, sir. I was selling drugs, but paying my bills, things like that.
Okay, and I also see that like you said, you're a sign language interpreter, and they do use you around the prison for that kind of stuff. You do a lot of community service work. I saw in a lot of clubs, give to a lot of charities whenever you can. So we appreciate that, and I have no further questions.
Mr. Jenkins?
Yes, sir.
How old are you, 43?
43.
You're still young enough to maybe hook up again, you think?
Do what?
You're still young enough to get involved again.
No, sir. I'm a grandparent now. My plans is to get everything right to leave to my legacy. I want my daughter and grandkids to have the best of things. So I take my trades very seriously. I study hard and I work hard. I know that it can all be taken from me just as easily as making a bad decision. So a lot is riding on me using my cognitive thinking if any situation comes at me. So I know now that I got to choose the right decision because I couldn't stand ever leaving my family behind like that again.
Did you get your GED while you were there, or you finished high school when you were?
I went to a school called Southern Mississippi Planning and Development, and that's where I obtained my high school equivalency diploma.
I see. You intend to, how was your conduct while you were there?
My conduct, it hasn't been perfect, but even in situations where I feel and I learn a lot from them, I learned that, I have to change the person I am if I want to be a better person, and it's not always about getting out of jail. It's about changing the person that I am so I don't have to worry about coming back to jail.
That's good. That's good. I have no more questions. Warden, do you have any comments you want to make?
Just to let you know that he's currently enrolled in Celebrate Recovery, which is a substance abuse class that used, religion as its form of teaching. And, you know, he finished carpentry, he did a lot of things, so he works in the print shop also. That's it.
Okay, thank you so much. Staff, did we introduce everybody? Support? We did. Okay, we'll now hear from,
Yeah.
who is it?
Tiambra.
Oh, I see it. I see it. Miss Jenkins, Tiama Jenkins. We'll hear from her. Can you take us off mute?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Hi, hello everybody. My father and I have always been close. He taught me how to swim, ride my bike, and always be myself. My fondest memory from childhood is getting to spend the entire summer with my dad. With him, I was always the center of attention, and every day was another fun adventure. When I first heard the news that he was being sentenced to life in prison, I thought that meant I was losing him forever. I still remember the first letter I got from him all those years ago when he first arrived at Angola. He told me that he will always be there for me, and no matter how far away he is, I would never have to feel alone. And I can always look down at the mole on my thumb and be reminded that there is someone else in the world like me. Despite only being able to communicate through phone calls, letters, and special visits, we have always maintained our loving relationship, and I have never felt as if I didn't have my father in my life. I now have two daughters of my own who love their grandpa very much, and even though he has not been able to be here with us, he has created a special bond with the both of them by always checking in with them and staying in touch. He uses his skills as a carpenter and artist to create piggy banks, jewelry boxes, and paintings to give us all reminders of how much he loves us, and he even encourages us to discover our own talents. We often talk about what our lives will be like if he is released. I know that my dad will come home and continue to be the best father and grandfather anyone could ask for, and our entire family is waiting for his return.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Feaster, is that correct?
Yes, sir. Well, what I would say, Cefus is like a big brother to me. I didn't have a lot of family growing up. Me and him were the only two boys that come out of the bunch in where we, my neighborhood. But Cefus, talking to him on the phone, I'll try to speak from his perspective. He's shown gratitude versus feeling victimized. He never have he got on the phone, was able to speak with him, be crying or anything like that or complaining. He's more so just talked about his growth while he's been locked down, always been an inspiration to me. I think he truly understands that God allows things to happen in our life for for the better of us. No one likes being incarcerated. I'm not gonna say he likes being incarcerated, but from my discussions with him, through writing or whatever, he feels as if God, was protecting him from something. Although he's incarcerated, feel like God was protecting him from something. What I'll say in his defense is that, we learned that your environment is more powerful than your DNA. A lot of times we're all a product of our environment. And I think he's going to take the necessary steps to change his environment. I'm a head football coach, athletic director, and I truly believe I wouldn't be in the position that I am today if it wasn't for him always pushing me and inspiring me, always offering insight and always just offering wisdom. Although he's been incarcerated for a very long time, I feel like he's shown how strong his faith is in these moments of uncertainty. He just shown that, God, he made me believe God is real. And, I think he's changed for the better. Although I never felt like he was a bad person. He's one of the best people I've known, but he made some terrible mistakes in his youth, and he's older now. And he understands God's grace. And I just pray that that the committee will grant him the same grace that God has granted all of us, because none of us are perfect, including myself. But I see him, and he's an inspiration to me. My sons, they draw strength from him because they they see the joy that he has in these circumstances. And I know all that stuff is cliche, but again, I truly believe I'm who I am today. And he's a major part of that because he's always pushed me. Even as kids, we competed in sports and school work, grades. But again, you know, sometimes, you know, those mitigating circumstances that we grow up around, you know, it gets some of us. And but I think my cousin has grown a whole lot, you know, so hope I didn't talk too much, but I appreciate you for listening.
Thank you so much. No, you didn't. Cefus Jenkins, Keezy.
Hi,
How you doing?
so I'm Cefus' first cousin. I always bossed him around, but now since he been in here, I can tell how much he done matured, and he tells me all kind of positive things. I'm the one who house he'll be living at if y'all grant him parole. I'm a single parent. I have a 13-year-old son, so I kind of need him there to guide him the right way. When I be on the phone with him, my son always asks me, well, who is that? And I tell him how he went to jail and stuff. And he'll ask me a lot of questions. I was like, well, when he come home, he'll be able to tell you the things that he did bad so you won't do it. So I need him around the house to keep my son in line and stuff. And I have seen how he done grow so much to a man and not a little boy. He always talking about things that he can do and asking me to look up stuff for him for programs in school and stuff. I have a job lined up for him. He has his own room. I'm just ready for him to come home and help me keep my boy in line.
Thank you so much, Ms. Jenkins. Mr. Jenkins, you have something you want?
Final statement.
Yes, sir.
Right.
I'm ashamed that, you know, from 18 to 27, I have 2 years collectively free on the streets. And, you know, coming to Angola, like I previously said, has gave me the time to work on Cefus. And I nitpick at a lot of things that I had wrong. And I tried to make the corrections in them. And one of the main things is accountability. You know, I know that I'm responsible for the actions I did when I was young. And I can't change my past, but I can damn sure change my future. And I put forth the effort it takes. Thank y'all for consideration.
One question.
Thank you. One more question from Mr. Freeman.
Have you done your interstate compact to go to Mississippi?
Yes, sir.
Been approved?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Now we'll hear from Ms. Newswank. How do you pronounce that?
It's pronounced Newswanger, sir.
Newswinger. Thank you so much.
Thank you and good afternoon. My name is Caitlin Newswanger. I'm a staff attorney with Innocence Project New Orleans Unjust Punishment Project. We represent Mr. Jenkins because he is a nonviolent lifer. We started taking cases for people who are eligible for parole under Act 122, and we've represented several folks under this new law for a couple of years now. And in addition to legal representation, we also provide a robust reentry services. Our client services division helps to provide individualized plans for people who are released. And that is something that Mr. Jenkins would have access to for the rest of his life if he is granted release. And I just wanted to take some time to point out some of the reasons which Mr. Jenkins is remarkable. I know obviously you have his record, but I just wanted to reiterate first that he has spoken very highly by his colleagues and his supervisor. His supervisor at the print shop mentioned that he is somebody who has moral integrity and excellent leadership skills. His colleague Joe Whitehead from the Change organization has talked about him as someone who strong-willed with determination, who is optimistic and communicates well with others. And Mr. Jenkins' DOC programming started very early into his sentencing and was very steadily throughout the years, to which I think that he almost completed a program almost every year. And these include programs like Living in the Bounds, victim awareness, cage your rage, and thinking for a change. And then he extended his rehabilitation beyond that DOC programming to engage in life skills courses with the Angola Lifers Association. He received his carpentry certification. And then he also took 3 different languages, including American Sign Language, Arabic, and Spanish. And then all of that, he turned around to give back to his community, as you mentioned. He was a tutor for GED students. He also teaches beginner Arabic classes. He is volunteering twice a week with church services to interpret for the hearing impaired. And then he also is involved, of course, in the clubs. And you asked about his sobriety. And Mr. Jenkins, for him, art has really been at the center of his sobriety. He is very much into languages and arts. He spends a tremendous amount of time in the hobby shop, making wood burnings for his family. And he also is very involved in the literacy arts program here at Angola that helps to host organizations to increase the literacy rate of the inmates here. And Mr. Jenkins has committed himself to the sober community here. He's part of AA Every Day, where he attends weekly AA meetings. He's also completed Living in the Bounds. He is engaged in Celebrate Recovery, as the warden said, which is a 10-month program. And so that I really hope that the board will detect and see the natural maturity that Mr. Jenkins has displayed since he's been incarcerated, and see the good mind that he displays in his interaction with other people. And you asked about his sobriety plan. You know, Mr. Jenkins has been clean for 16 years now, and that his record is very much reflective of that. He has no write-ups for intoxication. He plans to continue his AA meetings if he is granted release. And he also is going to be part of the Exodus Project in Picayune, which is sort of an extension, if you will, of prison, where there is active meetings around recovery, and then also to address other challenges that might come along the way for somebody who is getting out of prison who has a history with drug use. And if there's any kind of extensive concern about Mr. Jenkins' treatment or his sobriety, there is a program here called the Substance Treatment Recovery, or known as STAR here. That's a 9-month intensive program. It's very well known. We have had several clients complete the program. They meet 3 times a week, maybe even more. And it also involves therapy, education, and they also provide reentry services once their clients are released. And so I just want to close. Again, I hope I'm not talking too much, but I wanted to add that Mr. Jenkins' Interstate Compact Agreement to Mississippi was approved Monday night. So it's possible the paperwork might not have gotten to headquarters quite yet, but his reentry plan is great. He's going to go live with his cousin in Mississippi. He has many cousins over there, and this is going to open up a lot of possibilities for him. He will be living with Miss Kizzy. He's going to have a lot of guidance from his cousin John. We're going to help him get enrolled in college courses for American Sign Language certification, and he's going to have the lifetime support of Innocence Project New Orleans if he's granted the freedom. And so with that, I just wanted to respectfully request that this board give Mr. Jenkins the opportunity to show you that he is committed truly to living a different life. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Jenkins.
Sir.
I worked at the deaf school when I was in college. I'm not going to test your sign language out right now. Probably a little rusty. Ready to vote?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Jenkins, I gotta commend you on your exceptional behavior while incarcerated, and that's weighing a big part of my decision today. I also think that you have a good reentry plan with the Innocence Project. I see little opposition from law enforcement. So today I'm going to vote to grant you parole on the condition that before you leave, you go and attend the Steve Hall substance abuse treatment as one last hoorah to get you on the right track, just in case. That's going to be conditionally upon completion of that. And that once you're out, I want you to, as a special condition, I'm going to add that you speak to local school children at least twice a year about your experience and where it leads you, where drugs will lead you. If you like doing it more than that, that's fine. But I've seen somebody raise a hand about helping you to do that. If not, you just talk to your parole officer and tell them that's ordered as a condition and they'll hook you up. But I think that would be beneficial. That you stick with the Innocence Project for at least 1 year. That you attend one AA meeting per week until the parole officer requests that be suspended. I know you're gonna have all kinds of other things, but this is just once you finish all your other stuff, once the parole officer thinks you are in the right place, we'll take that last meeting off. And that you observe a 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. curfew until you convince the parole officer that that's not needed anymore either. So once you, and it will be an exception for work. You know, if you have to go to work and it brings you home past 10 o'clock, that would be okay too. You just need to notify the officer. And then once you convince the officer that that's not a needed requirement anymore, we can remove it. And congratulations. Your vote, Mr. Grant. I vote to grant conditionally. Mr. Freeman?
I echo the same sentiments as Mr. Barros. There's no use for me to go back through it. The only thing I'm gonna leave you with is that this is your last opportunity. You are a 5th felony offender. If you create another crime, they're gonna send you. Not only will you be backing life, you're probably gonna get life or something of the sort. So, you know, make the best of it. Do as you said and make the best of it. Rely on your family. If you start to break down, go see your probation officer and see where they can put you. Okay?
Sir.
So my vote's grant.
I was gonna do sign language. I commend you on your what you've been doing, and I hope that you can convince some other kids not to go the route you went. And my vote is to grant. That ends our meeting today, and we wish you well. Good afternoon. My name is Chuck Phillips. I'm chairing this committee today. My colleagues are to my left, Mr. Danny Boris, to my right, Mr. Pete Freeman. Mr. Miles, would you state your name and DOC record number for the record, please?
Dana Miles, 400-310, sir. Good morning.
Dana, thank you so much. I am going to read sorry about that. I'll read some information into the record and ask you to verify it. We will then conduct a parole interview. Your case has been assigned to Mr. Boris. He will take the lead on the interview. Once the interview is complete, we'll ask the warden for their input. We also will allow public comments. Supporters will be able to make their statement in support of you today. Opposition, we have no opposition. At the end, you will be allowed to make a statement on your behalf, and closing statement will be with the attorney.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to read into the record, and I want you to answer. We have today Mr. Dana Miles, who is a first felony offender. Offense is 14.30-1, second degree murder. Sentencing date is 7/16/1998. Subject sentenced to life in the Department of Corrections without the benefits of probation, parole, or supervision of sentence, with credits for time served. Sentence commuted to 50 years by Governor John Bell Edwards. Good time, 1/3/2040. Full time, 6/28/2048. You agree with that? Thank you. Mr. Boris will begin. I'm sorry, there's one other thing we need to do. Staff, would you introduce the supporters?
At LSP, we have Jane Hogan, who's the attorney. She will be speaking last. We have Kerry Myers from the Louisiana Parole Project. He will be speaking. We have James Jr., the friend at Angola, who will be speaking. Observing on Zoom, we have Ms. Jennifer Cameron and Chad Cameron. They will be observing. Bria Miles is at LSP. This is Louise. We have Eugene Miles, his son, who will be speaking. He's at LSP. Ronald Miles, this is the brother, he's at LSP, and Dana Scott, the cousin at LSP.
Thank you so much. Mr. Barr will begin the interview.
Mr. Miles, I'd like to first start out by telling you good work on your impressive record while incarcerated.
Thanks, sir.
Good. I see you're a statewide trustee. You mentor other people there. You donate your work to charitable organizations, and you have not had a write-up since 2005. That's very commendable. But I do have a couple of questions about some of the things that involve in this case. And basically, I'd like you to tell me a little bit about what happened the days leading up to the crime and the day of the crime. What's your version of it? I got the police report, but I need your version.
This bad act I did due to my poor decision and bad choices spanned in 2 days, sir. Me and my family was working on our family property when we was approached by Mr. Derek Tucker and his friends asking us what we were doing. Well, me and my family explained to him that we were putting up a fence around our family's property. This seemed to make him upset. Later on, the police arrived on the scene, which later on I found out was a part of a task force that was patrolling the area and saw the crowd across the street at the abandoned house and arrested Mr. Derek Tucker and some of his friends. Well, the next day, after returning, my family asked.
You hadn't been the person that called the police. The police just showed up over there?
Yes, sir. There was a part of it. Well, later on, I found out there was a part of a task force that was patrolling the area and saw the crowd at the abandoned house. And
The abandoned house, your house?
the abandoned house across the street from where we were.
Across the street from where you were?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
And well, the next day after working on the property, my family asked me would I stay and watch the building material. And I told them I would. And well, my cousin and his friend came over. And as we was inside the house, we heard someone outside. Well, I went outside and asked that person to leave. And Mr. Derek Tucker appeared from out of one of our boarded up apartments saying I had called the police on him and that I was a rat. Well, I should have been the calmer voice in that situation. But an argument and threats followed. Well, my cousin told me to come back inside. We went inside as the threats continued outside.
What exactly were the threats? What are you saying?
Mr. Tucker said he was going to go get his gun and come back and shoot me and everything up around there.
All right.
And as we was inside, the threats continued outside, but what they was going to do. It had got quiet for like maybe a minute or two, and my cousin's friend said that they was finna leave, and that I should too. And I should have left. In my confusion of should I go or stay, because I gave my word that I would stay and watch the building material. I stayed too long. That's when I heard all the glass breaking. And I went outside armed. And I saw a guy standing in the yard with blood coming from his arms and his hands. I didn't even see Mr. Derek Tucker come from the side of my truck. And when I did, I panicked and I reacted. And I ended Mr. Derek Tucker's life. And I went to the neighbor and asked the neighbor to call the police.
So the guy with the blood on him was the guy who broke the window, and Mr. Tucker was the guy standing behind your truck. And you went outside armed, and you saw the guy here, and another guy comes, surprised you, and then you shoot him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The police report says that he got shot 3 times, the left chest, the right shoulder, and the back. Can you tell me anything about that? Tell me about how the shooting went down. I got a little bit of a concern about that, and I would like to know your version of that too, because the police report isn't 100% clear.
I found out later how many times I shot him, sir. At the time, I couldn't tell you how many times I shot. I panicked.
Shotgun, right?
Yes, sir.
And you don't know how he got shot in the back. You just started pulling the trigger until your gun ran out of bullets. Is that kind of the scenario?
Yes, sir. At the time, like I said, sir, I panicked.
Was it dark?
It was dusk. I want to say it was like 7 o'clock. It was getting dark, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. Is there anything else you want to tell me about that day that might make it clearer for me? That was one of my questions. That clears things up. Is there anything else about that day and what happened there that you might want to tell me about that?
Yes.
No?
That's all.
All right. Yeah, that's all the questions I have.
Mr. Freeman?
Okay, Mr. Miles, did he have a gun?
No, sir. No, sir. A gun wasn't found on the scene, sir. No, sir.
Okay, so they had an eyewitness that said he had banged on your door with a gun. Did you ever see him with a gun?
A gun was never found on the scene, sir.
You never saw it if he had it. Sir. Yeah, then he could have been picked up because they had an eyewitness say that they saw him with a gun also. Were they selling drugs around your house?
Sir?
Were they selling drugs or?
Yes, sir.
And that upset you too, right?
No, sir. They did whatever they done. I didn't have anything to do with what they was doing, sir.
Well, what was the real problem then?
We was putting up a fence around the property and like I said, they must feel like that was their area, I guess.
It says right here in the report, he indicates that this was an eyewitness. He indicates that when he came out of his house the second time, he observed Derek Tucker beating on the subject door, which would appear to be a large caliber revolver in his hand. He said when he saw that, he went back inside. I don't blame him. Okay. And what is your job at the prison?
I'm a Johnson Control HVAC instructor, also a reentry mentor, and also work at the electric shop that goes all over the prison and the state doing electrical work.
All right, that's all the questions I have.
I got one more. Can you please tell us why you feel that today would be the day to grant you parole? Why we should do that and not worry about Dana Miles anymore, causing any more trouble?
Sir, all I can do is show you who I am as a person, how I've changed through these years to become this person I am now. How I've taken these life lessons and programming to become a better person. How I've learned from my life lessons, and I try to help other young men in the reentry program become better versions of themselves and give them better choices in their lives to make their family and surroundings better, sir.
How far did you go with your education?
I did a semester at Southern.
Oh, you did?
Yes, sir.
That's good. I have no more questions. I got another question.
Okay. Have you used or did use drugs, or is there any
Yes, sir.
a part of your life at all?
Yes, sir. I use drugs at a
Tell me a
time.
little bit about that.
I've used marijuana and cocaine, sir.
Were there any drugs involved the night that this happened?
Sir?
Were there any
The night
drugs?
that this happened, was there any drugs
No, sir.
involved?
No,
No?
sir.
And you taken one?
What, do you have any comments?
Yes, sir. I would like to commend Mr. Miles also on his programs that he has taken since he's been here. He has carpentry, he has HVAC, he's also a facilitator in a reentry program. He's also a minimum 8 trustee, which goes outside to work. He has done work on the governor's mansion and other places that we have renovated across the state. So he is trusted to go outside and do those type of jobs. So I think that Mr. Miles is ready to reintegrate into society and become a successful citizen. And I feel that he has rehabilitated and learned the lesson that he should have learned while he was here.
Thank you so much, Warden. At this time, We'd like to hear from some of his supporters. Gary Myers. Is that?
Yes. Good afternoon. Kerry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project. We're here to let the board know that Mr. Miles is a client of Parole Project. Should this board grant him parole today, he will enter our reentry program, where he'll be in residence for a minimum of about 4 weeks, going through the transition after 27 years of incarceration. There's a lot of life that is passed by, and we're here to prepare Mr. Miles for that. That includes evaluations by our social worker. That includes lessons in technology, consumer skills, being mentored by case managers who have already been through this process and have been successful themselves. Mr. Miles, who was actually an electrician before he committed this crime, didn't just take that skill. While he was incarcerated, he got a trade in carpentry. He went beyond that. He's got certifications in HVAC. He went beyond that. He got a certification in graphic communications, and he went beyond that and learned fiber optics, where he was actually trusted enough to install security cameras inside the prison and outside the prison in different state agencies. There isn't anything he hasn't done to try to give back to his community there as a mentor. His disciplinary record is excellent. He's been a trustee for 20 years, uninterrupted as a trustee. And he hasn't had a disciplinary infraction since 2005. Obviously, those things have been taken into consideration when he received his commutation. But that didn't stop him. He continues to do that. He didn't rest on that. He continued to give back. We look forward to actually helping Mr. Miles transition. Not only does he have our support, he has the support of an extremely large and supportive family where he'll have employment. And again, he has long-term support from Parole Project. While our case management usually does a minimum of 1 year, we often say inside a Parole Project, once a client, always a client. Mr. Miles, that's who he would be to Parole Project. So we would ask this board to consider the totality of his incarceration, of his rehabilitation, and grant his parole today.
Thank you so much. Mr. James Jr.
Joseph, just. You could just stay.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, I've been knowing Dana for a long time, but the most important thing that I learned about Dana is the caring part of himself. I have an organization called Big Brown Reaching Back organization of UPS employees throughout the state of Louisiana. We do a lot of homeless things for veterans as well as homeless people throughout the state. Dana have given us so many projects, different things to do for ourselves, for these homeless people. We cook a lot. He made fryer for us. We wanted to do a pig for the Vietnam veterans. He provided the Cajun microwave for us to do that. I told Dana we got one thing he just did recently, but I told him I'm not going to do anything until he gets out. And one of the biggest projects we try to do is we try to feed our Vietnam veterans because it's 50-year anniversary of Vietnam being over with. And I have this fryer that me and Dana is going to cook when he gets out for Thanksgiving. We won't plan on doing a lot of turkeys for our Vietnam veterans. So I pride in him. I'm very proud of him. I'm proud of being his friend. And I would love to see him back in society helping, because I told him, hey, once you get out, you with me. We got a lot of projects to accomplish together. And one of the things I like about it, he's a mentor. And we need more Black mentors in our community to help with our kids that are constantly killing each other on a daily basis. We need somebody like Dana that can come out on the streets and help.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Eugene Myers.
How you doing today?
Son.
Well, I'm Dana's son. I'm gonna be 28 this year. So I don't know too much to say, but I would like to say it would definitely be great to have my father home with me, especially now that me just becoming a father. Like, he wasn't, my daddy was there. And since he was there in my life, but he was not there because he was gone in Angola. But I never felt that. I never felt like I didn't have an absent father. Like, it's still things to this day, like, that we talked about even back then. Like simple things, like prime example, like chess. Like, it's like those little things like chess, those checkers, the little things I took from him, it meant so much. Like, I didn't understand what they meant then. But now since I got a child, my mom's passing, so really the only friend I got left is my dad. It's like things I took granted then, I'm starting to see what he was saying and to see what he was telling me. Putting me on game about things, letting me know this is this, like this is gonna be that. And my prime example, I really want to be there for my child's life, because like I say, I had him in my life, but I didn't have him in my life, if that makes sense to you guys. But I love him to be there for my child.
Thank you so much. Mr. Miles, would you like to make a closing statement?
Yes, sir. Again, I'd like to say thank you to this board for hearing me today. Again, I'd like to apologize to Mr. Derek Tucker's family, my community, and all that was affected by my actions of that day. I'd like to express how much I regret committing that very serious crime I committed. Again, I'd like to apologize to Mr. Derek Tucker's family for the hurt and loss I've caused them. I pray for an opportunity to prove to them that I'm a better version of myself than what I was. That was the worst thing I ever did, and that was the worst version of me I've ever been. This horrible crime I commit is unexcusable. And I wake up to that fact every day. I try to dedicate my life and time to making my area and surrounding better. Through life lessons and programming, I try to give back by helping other young men that was in the same type of stinking thinking I was in become better versions of themselves. Again, I'd like to apologize to Mr. Derek Tucker's family.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Jane Hogan.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon or good morning to the board. I will not reiterate what's already been said by Warden Anbo and by Mr. Myers. It's just, I want the board to know that it is my honor to be here with Dana. His clemency hearing was perhaps one of the most beautiful clemency hearings I've ever been a part of, because Mr. Tucker's mother was present in that hearing, and she said to Dana, I want you to know that I forgive you, and that if my son were alive, I know that my son would want to forgive you as well, which you just don't hear very often in these hearings. So she listened to everything that was said at the clemency hearing, and at the very end, she said that she forgave Dana, and that was a beautiful moment that I got to witness, and so I'm grateful for that. I always think of Dana's hearing whenever there is, difficult times that I have in my own life. I think about those moments. But Dana's a terrific human being for all the reasons that are mentioned. He works within the prison to get money to donate to battered women's shelters in Arkansas, in addition to donating to Mr. Joseph's program in the Baton Rouge area and throughout the state. He's always looking for a way to help others. He sends me, he sent me a rocking chair whenever he learned that I was going to have a baby, like a little baby rocking chair. He's a very thoughtful person, and he's always asking, first and foremost, how other people are doing, he's asking after, so I think that the person that you see today, it's not somebody who's just trying to go home. Dana made the person that he is today is the person that he has been for the past 20 years within the prison. His track record before he had any hope of release, he was taking classes. Before there was a reentry program, he was teaching carpentry. to other people, and that is just who he is. So we would ask this board to grant Dana parole today with any conditions that are deemed appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is the board ready to vote today?
Yes.
Ready? Mr. Morris?
Well, let me start by saying, Ms. Hogan, I did watch that clemency hearing yesterday in its entirety, and you don't see that. So that weighs a lot on my decision this morning that you have been forgiven by the victim's mother. And so today I'm going to vote to conditionally grant you parole based on your conduct while you were incarcerated, your excellent community service work record, the good support system that you have with the Parole Project, no disciplinary reports since 2005, numerous letters of support from community and family, the fact that the victim's mother forgives you and is not opposed to your parole, and the fact that you did not go looking for the trouble came to you on your family property, that you're rated as a low-risk offender by the Tiger Assessment. And with that being said, conditionally, what I mean is, before you leave, I need you to complete the Steve Hoyle substance abuse treatment. And as a condition, once you're out, just talk to children in schools, and you can get with your probation officer to line that up, where you can talk in schools and mentor, like the man behind you shaking his head was saying, you know, you wanted that opportunity. So twice a year, you'll go talk to the school children and tell them where, you know, bad decisions and drug usage and how quickly things can happen and help those, mentor the kids. Like he's talking about those children that need it.
Dana, I hate to interrupt, but can we make that speaking to schools and Mr. Brown's organization? He deals a lot with kids. I know he coaches. How many teams you coach, Mr. Jenkins?
3 teams a year.
3 teams a year.
So you want to help him be the guy to connect him with the people to talk to there?
Yes,
all right.
sir.
Fine. May end up being like you like it, doing more than 2 times a year, but I'm gonna require 2 times a year. It's just token payback. And that's it.
Mr. Freeman?
Okay, I agree with Mr. Byra. I grant conditionally on you completing the Steve Hoyle program. It's a 9-month program. Once you finish with that, on completion, you'll be released. You need to go to the Parole Project. Mr. Myers, how long can y'all keep him there? How long you figure he'll be there?
I would figure he'd be there 4 to 6 weeks.
Okay. Well, follow any recommendations that they have and rely on that community support you got behind you and your family support whenever you have any problem. Okay? So my vote is to grant.
Thank you. Mr. Myers, my vote is to grant also. The warden weighed heavily on my decision, and I commend you on your good work, and I wish you well. That ends our meeting for today.
May I just interject, and I might be totally overstepping at this point, but if there is concern about Mr. Miles's drug abuse history, I didn't mention it in my closing. I think we're all a bit nervous, but he's completed Celebrate Recovery. He's completed AA. He has absolutely, while he did have a substance abuse program 27 years ago, there's been nothing new whatsoever. So I would just sort of point that out if there is issues or consideration, if the need to go to Steve Hoyle is because of his drug use 27 years ago, he has been completely sober, and within prison, he's been phenomenally sober and going to he's completed Living in Balance 1 and 2, Celebrate Recovery, AA, all of those things. And he acts as a mentor and a drug abuse mentor to reentry mentees. So if there is, I might be overstepping, but I just wanted to point that out because I didn't mention in my closing statement, but.
I'm moving to executive session.
Executive session. Call the roll, please.
I second it.
Pete Freeman,
Yes.
Dan Morrow,
Yes.
Chuck Titties.
Yes.
Okay, we're going to discuss this, Holding will be back.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, we are resuming at 12:56. Mr. Morris will have the last say so.
All right, we've discussed the issue here, and we believe that asking him to complete the Steve Hall is not really overbearing, considering we releasing him on a life sentence. And Steve Hall is the pinnacle program of the department, so we'll be able to say that we put him through everything before we let him go. And, you know, hopefully he'll be teaching part of the class by the time he leaves.
And they may offer him a shorter program, it's
You
a
know,
3,
but-
6, and a 9.
But we're releasing him off of a life sentence, and we have to have at least that.
Okay,
All right.
thank you. Thank you.
Have a great night, Jody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That is our business. Wish you well.
Thank you
Thanks,
so
sir.
much.
Signing out at 12:57.